All right. Well. Ugh. Time to see if. Oh my god. All right. See if I have the cards for this. 28 lands? 28 lands. Oh. Okay. It downloaded them all in one. There's supposed to be a sideboard somewhere in this mess. Let's see. So the sideboard is an engineered explosives, dismember, crucible, cavern, aether gust, trancing melody, raft digger's cage, trinosphere, spell pierce, relic of progenitus, one chalice of the void, then two spreading seas, two spatial contortion. So apparently I'm missing a River of Tears and a Talaria West and an entrancing melody, which I thought I had. Alright, hang on a minute. Hey, Joest, you're the first person in. How's it going? Oh no. Moto, please. Okay. All I wanted was to add a new binder, not crash the client. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of editing to see if I can't Well, hi there, Wataga CJ. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but I'm glad you showed up. Basic Land Shark, how you doing? And Six Sigma. Oh man, sorry. I took a nap and I'm like a little bit out of it. I know I didn't have the time to actually edit my stream layout. I was going to try and make it look a little bit better than it did before. Hey Tarek, how's it going? Man, lots of people and right away. Well, I'm glad to hear that. All right. Let's see. I need to. So I think it was Dave in the Discord dropped a mono blue Tron list. Oh, the doggo's doing fine. I think he's upstairs chewing on a Kong I filled with treats for him. It has. So I was working on a getting the rest of the cards for the mono blue Tron list, as long as everybody's fine with seeing that. And missing cards to wish list, okay. Hopefully 6 tickets is enough to cover it. No worries. Old B Sturgeon, welcome. I see that you followed 3 days ago. Much appreciated. You're a wonderful human being. Same with you, Wataga CJ, following 2 days ago. Alright. I'm just trying to get the rest of the cards here. Oh, sweet. It's only 2 tickets. Trying to get some coffee in me so I'm actually awake. Felt like I woke up from this nap. Like, what year is it? Okay. So, this is a mono blue Tron list that Dave posted in the Discord that said that was recently 5-0'd. Looked interesting to me. And first thing I noticed is it was running 27 lands. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I remember you. And I'm kind of disappointed to hear it's still 2020, actually. All right. I think I'm just going to fire up a league. I really don't have a lot to say about this deck because I'll be honest, I don't really understand it. So let's learn by experience. And take it into a modern league. Oh, hang on. Let me update Stream Decker for those people that use that extension. You can see the... Once I have this updated, you can see the deck list by typing !deck. As well as if you have the extension, you should actually be able to get like a little pop-out window. Alright, I'll play first. I mean, maybe Condescend is good enough. Deck, not dick. Hang on a minute. Let me shrink myself slightly. Alright. Play an island. Pass the turn. Oh, you guys are crazy. Opponent plays a Gemstone Mine into a Soccer Tribe Scout. Alright, we draw a Repeal, which I'm actually going to do that first. Condescend for 1 is less likely to do something than leaving that alive, basically. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. Alright, so opponent plays an Amulet of Vigor into a second Amulet of Vigor, and I am terrified. We draw Karn, Great Creator. So, play Tower, pass the turn. Hopefully Condescend for 2 does enough here. It probably won't. Unless my opponent plays exactly Titan. Okay, opponent explores. Oh man, that gives them exactly enough mana to cast a Primeval Titan. Oh man, really? Really? Did they just have everything? I guess I could have... No, I couldn't have. Even if I had hit that Arboreal Grazer. Oh, he almost didn't pay with Cavern. I'd have laughed so hard if he'd have done that. Well, crap. Can't be countered. I'm actually gonna still Condescend. I want the Scry. If we can hit Power Plant, there's some chance we can do something. I haven't checked the wish board in this one, but probably not. Let's see. Is there no Ensnaring Bridge in this sideboard? There is no Ensnaring Bridge in this sideboard, so we're just like totally screwed. Okay. Yeah, I'm not... You got me, opponent. We're cool. We're totally cool, you got me. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so... What punt was that? There was no punt. Not that I know of. Okay, so we definitely want Aether Gust. Oh, punt before the league even started. Oh, okay. I guess we might want the spatial contortions to deal with some of the... No, I mean, not really. Spreading Seas doesn't really do a lot. Spell Pierce can potentially counter an amulet, so I guess we might want that. I guess we could play an Engineered Explosives, because Engineered Explosives on 1 potentially could do something. I don't think I want the Battle Ball, though. This version is running Mindslaver, which I've got a feeling is really ambitious. Don't need Tormod's Crypt. They don't use the Grave. Spreading Seas doesn't do anything. Entrancing Melody doesn't do anything unless we've already lost, in which case we just still lose. And then Dismember, Spatial Contortion, none of those actually will kill like a Titan. You got turn 2'd by Heliod combo? How the hell can Heliod combo turn 2 you? That sounds terrifying. I think this will work. We've got Aether Gust for a Titan, and we have Repeal for like an amulet. Alright, I'm gonna try this. I think Amulet Titan is actually a pretty bad matchup for us to begin with, but... Can I, like... Does that work? Do this and kind of shrink this down a little bit. And then I can move myself over and you can see all my cards. I'll fix this later so it's actually legit, but... Alright. Start with a tapped blue source, pass the turn. Opponent starts Crumbling Vestige. Soccer Tribe Scout. Same plan as before. I am going to repeal that immediately. We get a map. Oh, joy. I don't know if you watch my YouTube at all, Basic Land Shark, but I beat somebody who did the Spike Feeder Heliod thing with Smallpox deck. It was pretty great, actually. So my opponent picked up Crumbling Vestige. We can either hold up Aether Gust if we think our opponent has like a way to get to Titan next turn. If they... Let's see, this taps for 2. If they played another Amulet and they played Crumbling Vestige, Vestige would give you 3 mana. They'd have 1 floating. That wouldn't be enough. So I think what we're fine to do here... Play Power Plant, play Map, play Ballista, and just ping this down now. Pass the turn. Okay, opponent plays Vestige. Gets 1 mana of any color and untaps it. They play a Dryad and a Simic Growth Chamber. Bouncing Vestige, sure. They transmute for a Summoner's Pact. Alright. Draw a Wormcoil Engine. Play Talaria West tapped and pass the turn. I wish that it was an untapped land, because then we could Aether Gust and activate map. What's my favorite food in each of the food groups? The food groups, the stuff that I learned when I was a child. Man. Well, grain would have to be like... I guess if it was strictly defined as grains, it would probably have to be French bread. Vegetables would be carrots. Fruit would be strawberries. Meat would be probably steak. How many food groups are there? Alright, we untap. We draw Condescend. Oh, hang on. Let me view game log here real quick. I need to quit moving this button around on me. They did put Turn Timber Symbiosis on top of their library. So I'm actually going to wait and not crack math and play a land here, because I might need the extra mana to Condescend. Opponent plays a land tapped. Okay. They go to combat, they attack for 2. Play a Soccer Tribe Scout. Okay, now we'll get... Should I get Tectonic Edge? Or like Field of Ruin? We could take them off of 2 mana if we do that. They'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exactly. Or is it just better to get a Tron land here? I think it's better to get a Field of Ruin. I think. Or a Tech Edge. No, I would definitely hit one of the lands that produce more than 1 mana here. You guys think I should take out Valakut? Well, I'm not worried about them shocking us a few times with Valakut. I'm worried about them casting a Titan. I think we'll take the Tech Edge. But I think I'm going to hit Simic Growth Chamber. I'm pretty sure my opponent is holding a Summoner's Pact. We draw a Walking Ballista, which is kind of nice. So nuke Growth Chamber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Bone Daddy resubscribed for a total of 20 months. Welcome, the diabolic tutor himself. I know you like to complain about being a Tron streamer, but I see you playing it again, and I begin to question the veracity of your claims. You dirty Tron player. Well, like, even Joe West and Six Sigma were like, yeah, I'm down to see him play Tron, and so I was like, I guess we'll play Tron. Alright, opponent's going to cast Summoner's Pact. Okay. They get Primeval Titan. They play a Growth Chamber. It untaps. Oh, damn it. I was like, yes, I'll be able to condescend this. And then I realized I can't. Friendship ended with ad nauseum. Urza's Tower is my best friend now. Yeah, opponent just pays for condescend. Just wanted to see PTSD Kano again, like last time. Oh, yeah, I think we did get completely wrecked. Yeah, alright, alright. Alright, you got me. Actually, look at this deck before I go into the next round. Because we did not have an ensnaring bridge like I thought we did. Alright. Well, Amulet Titan is a bad matchup, I'm fairly certain. So. Especially for the blue variant. For the green variant of Tron, it's a little bit better, but... There's a battle ball. Dude, it was in the list that got posted in deck suggestions. I just slapped it in together and said, let's go, let's do it. I didn't make any edits. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully we play against decks it's good against. I want to keep this just off the strength of Chalice. If that Tech Edge was an island, there would be no question. I'm gonna mulligan. Alright. Alright. I can work with this. But back at Teleria West. We're going to start by playing a Teleria West and passing the turn. Opponent starts Snow-Covered Forest, Llanowar Elves. Battle Ball good versus Death Shadow with Scourge? I have no idea. I'm going to unsummon that elf immediately. Pass the turn. It does produce a lot of blockers, that is true. Opponent bolts themselves for a Term Timber Symbiosis. Plays a Heritage Druid. Okay, well, we draw a map, play tower, play map. Pass the turn, leave up a Remand. I should have kept the Chalice hand, by the way. Bramblewood Paragon? Bramblewood Paragon. In an elf deck. In 2020. Okay. 2020 is strange. That is indeed true. When it bolts themselves again. A second Bramblewood Paragon. You know what? You got it. Okay, I am going to remand the Archdruid. That's too much mana. Get a Field of Ruin. So untap. Let's tutor out Power Plant now. Play Power Plant. Play Talisman of Dominance. Pass the turn. Alright, that's a really big Nettle Sentinel. Dwinnen's Elite. Oh, this makes Elf Warrior and Elf Warrior... It is an Elf Warrior and it makes an Elf Warrior creature token. So that, like, kind of makes sense with Bramblewood Paragon. I'm still not utterly convinced that that's... Alright, that's an Elf Warrior. So I think we need to top deck an Ugin. If I had more blue mana, I could transmute for Engineered Explosives. Unless that's in the sideboard. Yep, that's in the sideboard. Okay, that won't work. So if I draw a Karn, I can play Engineered Explosives on 2 and wipe out most of this board. If But if we top deck Ugin, this game is over. They pumped their team with Azuri just to hit us for... Okay. Alright, good draw. Come on. Really? Well, the only thing we can do is transmute. That's it. So let's take a look at what options we even have. I guess I can get Walking Ballista, I suppose. Yeah, Chalice doesn't do anything. There are indeed 27 lands in this deck. We can't even kill Azuri. So, ping this guy. Ping this one. And pass? And now they shouldn't have enough mana to pump with Azuri, which might give us a turn. They basically all have trample. So, no, we're dead. We're straight up dead. I want to know what decks this guy played against a 5-0. Because I know I'm not a good mono blue Tron player, don't get me wrong. But this deck feels really anemic. Alright. I'm going to bring in the other Chalice of the Void. Spatial Contortion, Dismember, Aether Gust. All seem great. I'm going to cut 2 Talaria Wests, a Battle Ball. This isn't even running the full set of 4 Karn. Why? Why is it not running 4 Karn? Cut the Crypt. And I guess I'll... I could play Entrancing Melody, just as more removal, but that I don't like it. We've been scammed. I'm gonna cut probably Treasure Mage. Alright, we'll play first. Okay, I can keep this. This looks like a mono blue Tron League. It's not my birthday, Six Sigma. Okay. A Plain Island. Pass the turn. Alright, opponent starts Land Dork. Play Power Plant. We're going to leave up Aether Gust, Remand, and Spatial Contortion, depending on which one we feel is most appropriate. Okay. Cavern this time. Opponent plays a Heritage Druid. They're passing. They're not even going to attack. Yeah, I'll kill Floats mana? Yeah, kill Heritage Druid. Alright, we draw another Power Plant, play a tower, pass the turn. I don't know what my opponent's doing, and I'm scared. He's just tapping mana menacingly. Okay, cracks a Nurturing Peatland to draw. A Growth Chamber Guardian. My opponent is playing Growth Chamber Guardian. And I'm losing to this deck. Okay, I don't think I need to remand that or Aether Gust it. I think I just thirst here. It is a warrior for that Bramblewood Paragon synergy. We'll discard an artifact in the form of Mindslaver. Because we don't need it. I have a feeling that it's Squadron Hawks on enter the battlefield? Oh, okay. For some reason, I was under the impression it had to adapt. But if it has Bramblewood Paragon, you're correct. It does Squadron Hawk when it enters. You tear up duplicates. I guess we put Chalice on 1. That's gotta be correct, right? Versus Elves. They just have too many 1-drops. Play an Urza's Tower. Put Chalice on 1. Well, Remand doesn't do much because of Cavern. What's up, Bone? Uraga Warcaller. That makes the multi-kicker elf warrior that lords for the number of counters. Yeah. Alright. I knew what you were talking about. I know janky cards. Alright, we'll leave up Aether Gust and pass. Second Cavern. Remand even more useless than it was. Okay, opponent adapts. I could just Aether Gust their Growth Chamber Guardians, and then they'll be sad and won't draw a card. I'm going to do that, because I feel like it's mean. And if we draw a Mine, we can play a really huge Walking Ballista. Okay, opponent attacks for 1, we go to 19. We untap. There it is. Play a big old machine gun bastard. Alright, pass the turn. What will you do now, opponent? There needs to be a command for when Kano naturally top decks Tron. I think there should be a command for that. Oh god. How do I... Cool. Oh, I'm doing alright. Mainly, like I said, I just, took a long time to recover from a nap that I took, which was horrible. I got up super early for a work-related function, so I couldn't record this morning. I had to record late last night and then get up early, and it was not very fun. Yeah. I think because I only have 2 Karns in the deck, I'm gonna put Engineered Explosives in the main. And because my opponent has so many low mana costs, I'm gonna remove Remand. We can transmute for Engineered Explosives, that's true. Alright, well this is a fast Worm Coil, so I guess we'll just do this. Maybe fast worm coil is good enough. We're on the draw. This deck isn't even running Blast Zone. I just realized. It's running 27 lands and no Blast Zone. I'm really upset about this. Okay, we just naturally draw Tron. That's fine. Play Mind Map. Pass the turn. I'm going to place a Nurturing Peatland into a Bramblewood Paragon into a Nettle Sentinel. It's 3 punts before the league. Play Power Plant. Pass the turn. I'm half tempted to just tutor up an island. There's the Uraga Warcaller, just like the Diabolic Tutor called. Okay, his opponent attacks us for 9. We'll take 9. We're going to tutor up a tower, because we're going to Worm Coil Engine into play and activate Mindslaver, and maybe that will do something. And there's no Blast Zone. I wish there was a Blast Zone. It'd be so good against our opponent. Oh, whatever. Untap. Draw Talisman of Dominance. So play a tower. Play a Talisman. Then play a Worm Coil. Which should hopefully be enough lifelink to keep us alive. Mindslaver Lock, you need 13 mana, including Mindslaver. So we're a ways away from Mindslaver Lock. I also don't think it's a legitimate way to beat your opponent, especially not on Moto. People are really mean. They don't concede to it. They force you to play through it. It's way too time intensive, and then you lose to your chess clock because generally you have to use all of your mana every turn. So it's not like you're playing threats, and just a bad time all around. Okay. They finally let that resolve. A Worm Coil will end the game quickly with a Slaver Lock. Yes, that is true. I just don't think we're close to a Mindslaver Lock is what I'm talking about here. Okay, opponent bolts themselves for Turn Timber Serpentine Wood. They don't attack. Interesting. We untap. Yes! Perfect. So play tower. Yeah. We're gonna attack first. With my luck, if I play this Mindslaver, I'm gonna give them priority somehow, and then they're gonna Krosan grip us. Alright. We gain 6. Play Ugin. I know! I don't know why they cook on there. Why did they not just wait? But, like, I mean, we were winning with an Ugin anyway. Alright, thank God we beat that Elves deck, because if I lost to that, I would feel bad. Not that it was a bad deck. I actually think the interactions were sweet. But, like, some of my opponent's plays were so mind-bogglingly questionable to me, I I would have felt bad about it. I mean, I'm also playing a bad deck, so maybe I can't feel bad. Maybe I should feel bad for playing this deck. Okay, well, no Tron piece, lots of interaction. Slow, though. I'm gonna mulligan. Alright, fine. Says the man with only 2 Karn Great Creator in his deck. Yep. Yes, exactly, Bone Daddy, you are correct. Is this Elves again? Okay. It's worse. It's Ponza. Oh, it's green-white, so it's probably the Amulet Titan deck. This is the green-white Titan deck with like Elvish Reclaimers and stuff is like literally unbeatable. So this will be the Dryad, or... Oh, it's Heliod, okay. Well, we drew a Remand, thankfully. If we can get down Karn, our opponent can't just immediately kill us with Walking Ballista. I was gonna say, if this is the green-white Titan deck, we literally cannot win. Arbor Elf? Do I remand an Arbor Elf? You know, I think I'm gonna. There's a Talaria West. Okay, opponent plays an Arbor Elf. We untap. We draw an Expedition map. So... There's no engineered explosives in the main deck. Hang on. Let me check the deck list. Only Walking Ballista. Yeah, I'm never going to understand this deck list. Okay, I'm going to play an island. We're going to pass. We're either going to activate map or we're going to cast Thirst for Knowledge. Well, my opponent has a ton of mana, so they actually could just kill us here. Okay, opponent plays a Windswept Heath. Goes to combat, attacks. Probably should give that lifelink. They do. Okay. They gain 1. They put a 1/1 counter on the Dork. I think Thirst for Knowledge has higher potential upside here. So we'll discard an Expedition map. Opponent, Eladmari's Call. Or Eladamri's Call. Getting a Walking Ballista. Okay. We untap and draw Field of Ruin. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. They only need a Walking Ballista on 2. I think this means we have to play Karn Great Creator this turn to just not die. We can animate the Expedition map to block. Well, they probably can't just attack and kill Karn. They can take him to 1. I was like 6 Sigmas in the chat. I gotta remember. I really wish we had another Tron land. Alright, well, play an island. Play Karn. Animate the map. Pass the turn. Okay, opponent plays a Windswept Heath. Tapped. They untap. They play a Conclave Mentor. They attack Karn for 2. Karn can take 2. I was just worried about, like... Oh, never mind. Not going to do anything else. I was worried about making that really huge or something. Alright, we untap. Draw Chalice. Um, can I wish for anything that's relevant here? Not really. We put Chalice on 2. Doesn't really do anything. It's just a really awkward wish board. I mean, I could wish for engineered explosives, right? And I could put it on 1. That'd take a lot of my opponent's mana away. I think the priority is keeping Karn alive, though. So I'm going to play Field. I'm going to play Talisman. I'm going to animate Map. And then I'm going to pass. Wish my neck would pop. Animate Map. Okay. Pass the turn. Opponent plays a Plains. Goes to combat. Attacks Karn, attacks Karn. Okay, block here. They're going to have Conclave Mentor lifelink, that's fine. So sack. Let's get power plant, I guess. Karn takes 2. Would be really nice if I could get like an ensnaring bridge or something like that. Okay, opponent plays a Utopia Sprawl. Last card in hand is a Walking Ballista. So we untap. Draw an island, which doesn't do anything. So we can wish for engineered explosives. Blow up the board. So take out 2 Utopia Sprawls and a Dork. I can put engineered explosives on 2, but it doesn't. That's actually worse than putting it on 1. To do that's 3 mana. I would have 4 mana left over. But I can't protect Karn if I do that, and I think my opponent still has what do you call it? They would have enough mana to kill us with Walking Ballista. I mean, I could transmute for Walking Ballista, play it on 1, and animate a Talisman to block. I can't. I'm way off of Mindslaver. Mindslaver's 10 mana to play and activate in the same turn. Okay, well, we're playing Power Plant. I could transmute and get the last Tron piece. And if we can survive this turn, could probably win. If I cast it, then animate it, Karn will survive. That's not true. That won't happen, because both of these creatures are large enough to kill Karn. If they weren't different mana costs, the frickin' not Grafdigger's Cage, Engineered Explosives would be perfect. If I transmute, I can put Walking Ballista on 2. I think I have to transmute for Walking Ballista. Okay. Yep. Get Walking Ballista. So we'll put Walking Ballista on 1. And then we have to animate Talisman. Oh, good. I'm glad your dreams are coming true, Six Sigma. Pass the turn. Okay, opponent plays a Ranger Captain. They get a second Walking Ballista. Attack Karn, attack Karn. Chump, chump. You know what the worst part about all of this is? My opponent can just sack Ranger Captain on our upkeep and then we're screwed. Because all of the ways that we would get out of these are non-creature spells. Untap. Yup. Great. Thirst for knowledge. So play an island. It's not like we have artifacts with flash, and we have no non-creature artifacts. So, uptick with Karn. I technically could field them to take them off of some mana, and then maybe have a Condescend that works. But my opponent can just play a Walking Ballista on 1, and then if we Condescend it huge... I love the stream in this chat. Great. I do too. You guys are so mean. That Tooth of Chisgoria? No, the Mirrodin flashbacks. Alright, hang on. I could technically get Cyclonic Rift. There is one in the deck. So Thirst for Knowledge. Second Condescend. We'll discard an artifact in the form of Chalice. There was technically the chance we could draw Repeal, too. Repeal would also keep us alive. Opponent attacks Karn, attacks Karn. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about this. Karn down. And because we're not playing Spellburst, we lose to a Walking Ballista. Okay, Spatial Contortion, Dismember, Aether Gust. Engineered Explosives is coming in. Crypt out, Talaria West out. Drop the Battle Ball, because I don't like it. I guess I'll go down like a Treasure Mage and a Remand. And we'll try like that. Alright, we'll play first. I mean, this is a hand that puts Engineered Explosives on 1. That might matter. We do have a Walking Ballista as well to ping down dorks. Yeah, we'll try it. This league's been a real clown fiesta for me. I would have some words for the deck creator. Now I'm sure the person who built this is actually quite adept at piloting it. But it kind of reeks of I've made a bunch of tweaks that are off meta for my meta. And because of that, it makes it difficult to pilot for anybody but the original creator, I'd think. Alright, play power plant. I'm just going to repeal this Utopia Sprawl. There's a good chance they replay it, but if they play multiple 1-drops, we can actually play and crack Engineered Explosives next turn. Okay, opponent plays another Forest, an Arbor Elf, and a Utopia Sprawl. Right into our Engineered Explosives plan. You fool. I was prepared for this all along. Okay, opponent plays a Temple Garden. Into a Heliod. We untap. Play Field of Ruin. Play Expedition Map. Pass the turn. Opponent plays an Arbor Elf. Okay, you got it. Let's go ahead and Thirst for Knowledge. Discard a Wormcoil Engine. Untap. Draw an Obero. Kind of like Obero here. So play Obero. Play Walking Ballista X1. Ping down Arbor Elf. Pass the turn, leave up Condescend and Expedition Map. Okay, opponent plays Eladamri's Call. Getting a Conclave Mentor. Untaps. Plays a Conclave Mentor. So we Condescend X2. Island at the bottom, Spatial Contortion on top. We untap. Draw Spatial Contortion. Play Academy Ruins. Pass the turn. Opponent plays a Spike Feeder. That one we do have to counter. Hang on. First, crack map. Get a tower. Condescend. There's a Mine and a Sundering Titan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm going to put both back. Untap. Draw Mine. Play Tower. Pass the turn. And we got to pray that this Spatial Contortion is enough. If they just play a Spike Feeder, they'll have infinite life. Okay, Damping Sphere, Windmill Slam, that's fine. I'm still going to play a Sundering Titan on curve. Turn 8. Okay, Sundering Titan. Take out 2 of their lands. And the game is over. Whew! Alright. Well, that worked somehow. Opponent is playing Damping Sphere. How do we adjust? Oh, it's okay. It's okay about the Clown Fiesta. I'm not worried. So Spike Feeder Heliod is kind of problematic. I don't think we adjust. I think we just run it back as is. There's some notion that like maybe Spreading Seas is worth it because our opponent is playing Utopia Sprawls, but we're going to be on the draw, and I think it's going to be a little tough. Most of Tron, blue mana, and a Talisman of Dominance, but only a Dismember. If we had a slightly more action, or like another Oh my god. Alright. This is a lot better. We'll keep this. I'm gonna put back Sundering Titan. This way we can start Tower Map when it starts Arbor Elf. They don't have a forest to untap, though, which is interesting. Play Expedition Map, pass the turn. Yeah, Arbor Elf does not currently produce mana. Opponent plays a Conclave Mentor and gets in for 1. We untap and draw Mine. Is there any way they could beat us next turn? Like, if they play, like, a forest, a Utopia Sprawl on the forest, that gives them 4 mana. Kano in pain is my kink. What can I say? You could say no? Also, welcome to the Discord, Blue Train. Much appreciated. I think we go Mine into Karn. I don't like it. Mainly be... Is there even a liquid metal coating in the side? There's not a goddamn liquid metal coating in the side! It's like half the reason to play Karn! I am so upset. I'm so upset about this. No, Spreading Seas #2 is more reasonable than fucking... I'm trying not to swear so much. And I'm failing. And I'm sorry. Alright, opponent attacks for 3. Yeah, no, that's definitely a punt. Conclave Mentor, huh? Alright, get Power Plant. If we play Karn, he just dies. So, play an island, pass the turn. We can use Aether Gust as removal. Opponent attacks for 5, that's fine. Okay. So I'm going to Aether Gust a Mentor here. Opponent casts a Veil of Summer. Okay. That does let them draw a card, and that does counter Aether Gust. We untap. Draw another Condescend. Play Karn. Wish with Karn. Man, I really, really, really wish I had a liquid metal coating. Or an Ensnaring Bridge, although that one wouldn't do very much right now. I guess I gotta get Trinisphere. Just because my opponent's on 2 lands. Like, it's not even really that good. It hurts us just about as much as it hurts our opponent. And of course they draw the 3rd land. Oh, I'm so upset about this. Attacks Karn, attacks Karn, attacks Karn. They really want to make sure Karn is dead. Opponent plays a Spike Feeder. We untap. Draw River of Tears. Very adequate and apt here. Play River of Tears. Pass the turn. You would be. I actually think I need to Thirst for Knowledge. I probably should have done that before playing River of Tears, but Gonna discard 2 cards, so we're gonna discard Obero and a Condescend. I think I actually have to Spatial Contortion now. It's to reduce the cost of the Singleton Dismember, as well as for Sunburst for Engineered Explosives. It's the second color in case we need to set it up on 2. Spatial Contortion. And I'm going to take out a Conclave Mentor now. Oh, wait, it costs 3. Hang on. Got to do it like this. So this lets us leave up a Remand or a Condescend X2. Flavor win. Alright. Opponent plays a Heliod, the Sun Crowned. We can Condescend X2. It prevents them from Arbor Elfing or anything like that. It's slightly better than a Remand here because it gets us a little bit deeper in our deck. Talaria West. Next turn we'll have 9, 10, 11 mana. We could use 3 of it, go down to 8. Get a Walking Ballista. Ping down most of their board and block. Did I bring in Engineered Explosives? Hang on, view sideboard. I did bring in Engineered Explosives. I don't think it matters right now. Yeah, I think I gotta go with the Walking Ballista play. Okay. Talaria West on top. Opponent hits us for a lot. Go to 4. We untap. We draw Talaria West. Play an Urza's Mon. Fuck! Oh, god damn it. I'll have you know that I've played exactly 1 deck with River of Tears in it. In my entire life. Well, I threw this game away. This only produces black, so I can't transmute now. Oh my god. Oh my god. So had I not done that, I would have had 8 mana, but able to put Walking Ballista on 4, pinged down Arbor Elf and Conclave Mentor, and chumped here in case they made it infinitely big. Oh. Yeah, right. Well, we're 1 and 2. I can't wait for this VOD. It'll be out on Friday. I might have to censor it, because, there's a lot of swearing in this. I try not to get so upset, but that was like I immediately clicked and knew that I had made an error. Oh man. All right, round 4. Let's see if we can come back and make 3-2 with this. What are you sorry about? Oh my god, if I had taken 3 seconds to analyze this deck list before I started playing it, I'd have been like, oh my god, why would I play this? If you censor it unsub incoming. Oh, whatever. It's not like I'm monetized yet anyway. What a mulligan. This one I can kind of make work. We're gonna put back a repeal. No, not a repeal. We're gonna put back an expedition map. That was what I was trying to say. Okay. And it's Tron. Play mine, play map. Pass the turn. Tron land off the top, please. Not for my opponent, for me. Opponent puts a Walking Ballista on 1. We draw. Field of Ruin. Okay. Play an island. Pass the turn. We're gonna pump fake that we got a counter spell. Yeah, don't feel guilty. This is entirely my fault. Alright. Opponent did not have the turn 3 Tron, thankfully. They are green Tron, though, and they got Urza's Tower. Opponent goes to combat and attacks for 1. I'm kind of on the fence about whether I should repeal or not. I'm just gonna activate Expedition Map and probably get my own tower. We do have field, yes. I will be playing and activating field next turn. We draw a remand. Hang on. We could remand their bomb. It's probably better to just field now, though. Activate field, get an island. Play map. But, like, what am I supposed to do if I actually resolve Great Creator here? Because I don't have Liquid Metal Coating to take my opponent off of their lands. Which, like, defeats half the purpose of having this card in your deck. The fact of the matter, it represents repeated land destruction or access to a massive wish board that makes it good. Opponent tutors up another power plant. Okay, we untap. Draw Snapcaster. Play tower. Pass the turn. I guess I could go get Crucible or Tech Edge and repeatedly do that. Okay, opponent plays a power plant. So now they have Tron. Wormcoil. Alright, I'm going to remand that. Another Karn. The Ancient Stirrings. Into an Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. Yeah, I think someone got really lucky. So I think I have to get Tech Edge. I don't think I can get the last Tron piece. I think I have to tutor up Tech Edge. So yeah, grab Tectonic Edge. Untap. Draw Gemstone Caverns. Tech Edge, the same land again. Pass the turn. We did actually win a round. But I epically punted the last one, so... Against very janky elves. Yes, we beat very janky elves. Alright, opponent attacks for 2. That's fine. So, Thirst for Knowledge. Discard a Mind Slaver. Alright, we drew an Urza's Power Plant, so we're going to play that. Play Karn Great Creator. We will wish. I think we get Crucible and then just pass. Because we kind of need to have Snapcaster Mage available for like a remand on a big threat. If my opponent top decks the last Tron piece here, we are absolutely screwed. Okay, opponent plays a Worm Coil. We'll go ahead and Snapcaster Mage. Hit remand. Oz, it's not my birthday, and you have missed some shit today, let me tell you. I am so salty that I did not check the deck list before I started playing it. Yeah! Opponent doesn't know we don't have liquid metal coating. Whew, alright, so versus Tron. Spreading Seas. We want Spreading Seas. I think we want Spell Pierce. And, oh, man. We'll cut the Battle Ball. Drop a Talaria West. And we don't need Tormod's Crypt. Alright, let's do it. Deep breaths, Kano. Deep breaths. Alright, yeah, I think I'm gonna mulligan. Hey, this could be good. Keep this. We'll put back a tower. Bluetron with no coating and no bridge. Indeed. The ultimate jank. Start power plant, play map. Pass the turn. The worst part is Sundering Titan doesn't even do anything to Tron's average hand. Alright, opponent Sylvan Scryings, so they will be on to Tron immediately. We draw Talaria West. So I think we're probably screwed. Because even if we assemble, like, even if we go grab the last Tron, my opponent, odds are my opponent just has Karn, and they're going to take us off of mana. So, we have two options. We can play Urza's Tower and tutor up something with Expedition Map, which would probably at this point be Field of Ruin. Which would make no difference if my opponent plays a bomb. We could do that on our turn, basically. Or we can play Tower and play Chalice, and if I play Chalice on one, then my opponent can't cycle a bunch of stars into a bomb, or cast an Ancient Stirrings into a bomb. So I'm going to play Chalice on one. I think that's my best play here, and it's not great. The ultimate make a mediocre deck worse by not playing good cards? Exactly. Yeah, this list 5-0'd, by the way. Not sure how. Okay, we draw Karn, Great Creator. Play an island, pass the turn. Okay. Give him Treasure Mage. They play a Ghost Quarter. They're really going to take us off of Tron, huh? So we'll go get Field of Ruin. Play an island, pass the turn. Oh, get an island, excuse me, past our turn. Opponent throws an Expedition Map into a Chalice. We untap. We draw a Remand. So play a field. Crack field, hit tower. Get an island. I did not say that. You guys said that. You're like, he's gonna quit as soon as he has a rough league. Oh yeah, nope, that's perfect. Opponent just has another tower. Oh man, I don't think there's like anything I can do against this. Yeah, all right. We'll go to game 3. We'll be on the play. It'll be a lot better. One last evaluation of sideboard before we run it back. All right, we'll play first. Oh, this is this is actually really close, but unfortunately, no. Opponent will have 2 lands when we have 3. This hand, I think, is actually fine. We'll put back a repeal. Start mine. Pass the turn. Opponent plays a mine. Into a map. Play a tower. Pass the turn. Okay, opponent plays a power plant. They play a chromatic sphere. Crack sphere for green. Ancient Stirrings. They get a Karn. So what this is telling me is they're holding a tower. Okay, we draw Condescend, so we're going to play Field. To prevent our opponent from using mana that we Field of Ruin to activate Expedition Map, we're going to Field right now. Get a blue source. Pass the turn. That should be the card named when playing Ad Nauseam. The better one is Commence the End Game. He wants to be in chat with the rest of us. Oh, fantastic. Okay, we draw a Remand. Pass the turn. You technically, when you name cards for cards like that, you're not allowed to name cards not legal in your format. All right. You better not have a Veil of Summer. Okay. Sundering Titan to the bottom. Urza's Tower to the top. We do need another land. Okay, opponent plays a Chromatic Sphere. We untap. Draw tower, play tower, and pass. We gotta hope our Remands and Condescends are enough to get us there. Wherever there is. Opponent plays a second tower. So Condescend now offline. Alright, opponent plays a Karn. We got a Remand. Kind of hoping to draw a Tech Edge. But that wouldn't even do anything because our opponent has an Expedition map. We draw an island. They play another map. Pass the turn. We untap and draw Power Plant. Ooh, that means Condescend might actually do enough. Hang on. So we have 10 mana, 11 mana. Alright. Condescend might get us there, and if it does, and we draw another Tron piece, we can follow this up with Treasure Mage into Mindslaver. Okay, opponent cracks map. They get another Urza's Tower. Overload is all non-land permanents you don't control. Yeah, it's not evacuation or whatever it's called. But it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So we have to condescend for 8 or more. Maximum condescend. No! No, god damn it! Ugh. Oh, we get to scry. Thirst for Knowledge, Talaria West. Neither of those really do anything. No, it definitely couldn't. Double costs are actually really hard for Blue Tron. So much so that I'm a little upset that this one's maxed out on Talaria Wests. Yeah, we can, but then my opponent just downticks and takes another Tron piece because we don't have redundant ones. Like, we need to draw that Tron piece to really have any action here at all. Okay, opponent follows up their Karn with something that costs 6 mana, which is either a Walking Ballista or a Worm Coil. Okay. Draw an island, which does nothing. Play an island. Repeal Ballista. Okay, opponent's just going to ping us down. Okay, we let them pick it back up. Play Treasure Mage. Comes back bigger and stronger. Yeah, but at the same time, we need it off the board, otherwise Treasure Mage doesn't survive. We'll get Mindslaver. Pass the turn. The problem now is our opponent can just keep us off Tron forever. If they uptick Karn and they just play a big Ballista, provided the Ballista doesn't kill us, we might have a chance. Okay, exile an island. If we draw exactly Power Plant, we might have a chance. But it has to be exactly Power Plant. That's not even a guarantee. It's just like, that might work. The opponent plays a Walking Ballista X7. Okay. We untap. Nope. Play an island. This is the first league, yes. Can't even overload Cyclonic Rift. Yeah, alright. Alright. Well, let's see if we can win half our entry back. Round 5. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm so salty. Because, like, this normally does not happen to me. This was just, like, all of the possible reasons for me to get salty right in a row, and it was just too much. It wore me down. I'm glad I didn't make myself an alcoholic beverage. No, it's fine. I don't have a problem with playing Mono Blue Tron, but there's a solution to this. Drop. We're gonna play out the 5th round. We might as well. We're here. It's the difference between getting 50 play points back and getting nothing back. And who knows? We might play against another janky Elves player and actually stand a chance of winning. I just, like, I don't understand why people continue to play mono blue Tron, because like there are so many decks running Veil of Summer and Cavern of Souls and Aether Vial that like I don't understand how this deck is like actually playable in the most in the average scenario. And like this isn't even the optimal list. This is nowhere near it in my opinion. And so like I don't understand why people continue to play mono blue Tron if for no other reason than like no, this is a comp league. If you go 2 and 3, you get 50 play points back. If you go 3 and 2, you get your entry back. 4 and 1's profit, 5 and 0's profit. Give him a mulligan. I am not playing this list in another league. End of story. All right, we'll put this back, put this back. We have Tron and we have Condescend. I'd like an untapped blue source. So, start power plant, play map. Opponent plays a Bloodstained Mire. Or they crack it anyway for a Blood Crypt. Yeah, it looks like this is Death Shadow. Actually, we might have an okay matchup versus Death Shadow because we have Chalice of the Void and ways to transmute for it and such. Oh wait, no, there's no Luris. This is probably just Jund. Okay, opponent plays a Renin 6. Picking up the Bloodstained Mire, we untap. Hey. Play an Urza's Mine, play a Talisman of Dominance. Pass the turn. Yeah, regular Jund is even worse. You are correct, because our opponent has things like Assassin's Trophy. So, if we top deck Ugin, our Singleton Ugin, we might actually stand a chance. I'm going to discard Talaria West. Opponent upticks Renin 6. We draw Obero, play Tower, pass the turn. Opponent plays a Verdant Catacombs. Cracks Verdant Catacombs. Or a forest. Probably Bloodbraid Elf. Okay, they pick up their land. Dark Confidant. Well, we're gonna condescend anyway. F you, Bob. Wormcoil Engine? Our opponent might have some trouble dealing with a Wormcoil Engine. So we'll put that on top. Hopefully they don't just immediately have an Assassin's Trophy like on our draw step. Okay, play Obero. Play Wormcoil. Pass the turn. Okay, they sack Peatland to draw a card. No, Trophy doesn't exile, but it's still a big problem. Takes us off of Tron or answers whatever our best threat is. Okay, opponent plays a Seasoned Pyromancer and makes a ton of blockers. Now we've got the problem of our opponent can ult Renin 6 and then retrace Kolaghan's command every single time we draw a card. So we'll never get to play anything ever again. Attack Renin 6. Opponent chumps with the Seasoned Pyromancer. We go up to 25. The only way that works out for us is if they make us try and discard one of our counter spells and we can do something with it. But I really don't think there's any way they don't alt Ren and 6 here. I think anything else is a mistake. Okay, opponent Bloodbraid Elf. Wheeling into Inquisition. Doesn't cast it. They get a Bloodbraid. Yep. Okay. Untap. We draw a Field of Ruin. I mean, we're going to play it. They would have to draw a land every turn. Not when they probably have another Ren and 6. Not to mention, Jund usually runs more lands than other decks do. Just gonna field this, oops. Now. Yeah, they don't run more lands than our deck, sure. And I guess we technically could hit things like Thirst for Knowledge, and then they would make us discard, and we would... Theoretically, if we hit an artifact off of a Thirst for Knowledge, we would have 2 cards in hand, and then hold a card for turn, but we'd be down mana. Like, it's not completely hopeless, it's just mostly hopeless. Okay, opponent plays out a Nurturing Peatland. If we draw a counter spell, it's actually not that bad, even if they do have a second Ren and 6, because we would be able to counter a Kolaghan's command that would be like, discard a card, destroy Wormcoil. Yeah, I don't know if that was correct or not. The fact that they're not windmill slamming something here means that, you know, probably they don't have it, but... Oh, actually, we have Obero. We could bounce Obero to our hand in response, if we needed to. Opponent's going to pick up Bloodbraid and kill the front half of Wormcoil Engine. They Fatal Push the Death Touch token. And they pass the turn. We untap. Battle Ball! Okay, go to combat. Attack for 3. The only way this is wrong is they had like a Midnight Charm. Alright, hit them for 3, gain 3. Go get them, Battle Ball! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, you don't insult my muscles, bro. Alright, put a Bloodbraids. Wheels into a Fatal Push. Brilliant. Alright, we untap. Draw a map. Play map. Crack map. Get Talaria West. Transmute. Get Walking Ballista. We beat it. We beat the Red and 6 alt. Alright. Because we would have pinged down our opponent's guy and beat them. Okay. Versus Tron. Gonna go down one Talaria West. Tormod's Crypt not as relevant. It's possible it still matters because our opponent is playing Ren and 6. So bring in Spreading Seas. I don't know if I want Aether Gust or Entrancing Melody. I may want Dismember. I'm just gonna run it. I'm just gonna run it like this. No worries, man. Yeah, Melody and Steel Bob. That's actually what I was thinking. I was like, that'd be so horrible. It'd be like Sundering Titan Ugin. I'm done. All right. This hand's not the worst. I'm gonna keep this. Okay, opponent starts Verdant Catacombs, pass. Draw Spreading Seas, play Talaria West, pass the turn. Opponent cracks Verdant Catacombs. Gets an Overgrown Tomb tapped. Play an Urza's Mine. I do want to Spreading Seas here, but I think Ballista to kill Bob is way more important. If you guys redeemed Skulls to make me play Mono Blue Tron, I would make a crap load of edits and probably play my own list. I would not play this one. Like I said, I would play my list, not this one. Okay, opponent mills us for 4. Which is technically okay, because we don't really need to be searching our deck. We're going to leave up Condescend, Remand, Thirst for Knowledge here. Opponent plays a Bloodstained Mire. Cleansing Wildfire. I mean, we can search our library. And we don't need Tron. What's my favorite modern deck? Favorite tier 1 modern deck is probably Ad Nauseam, because I consider Ad Nauseam to be tier 1. It's probably not in the current meta, but okay, I'm gonna Thirst now. Discard an Expedition map. We just drew the other 2 pieces of Tron we didn't have. When it cracks Bloodstained Mire, gets a Stomping Ground, plays a Ren and 6, picks up a land. We untap, we draw another tower. Play the tower. Spreading Seas will take out, I guess, a Blood Crypt. Draw Academy Ruins. Pass the turn. Now, the only reason that I started playing Green Tron is because I know how to play it. And, like, I know how to play it pretty decently well, and it was something that was very popular for the YouTube channel. And it continues to be popular for the YouTube channel, so I continue playing it. Opponent going to hit us with a Cleansing Wildfire. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Alright, I'm down to play Blue-White turns next. I feel like this deck should play a full playset of Mine and Power Plant and just no tower. Well, good. I'm glad you enjoy them, GHGW. JHGW, sorry. My brain like stopped working. Also, welcome to the stream. And I'm really glad you enjoy the content. When it cycles a Baron more. And Thought Seizes. Yeah, remand the Thought Seize. Draw another remand. Okay. Untap. Okay, we drew an Ugin. So play an Urza's Tower. Pass the turn. Opponent Thought Seizes. Remand the Thought Seize. Draw Repeal. Kind of just want to repeal Ren and 6. But I'm going to Condescend and make them use their mana if they want this to resolve. This also might let us stack something on top that's important. Urza's mine. We don't need, and we don't need Chalice either. So opponent can take Ugin, which does suck because it's a singleton, and it would be really great here if we could resolve it. Alright, we untap. My opponent's not been activating their Planeswalkers for some reason. So play a Power Plant. Play Wormcoil. Pass the turn. I will say that, like, I think I said this last stream, but I'm going to say it again. I have had several weeks where, like, I get to Wednesday and it's like, oh god, I don't want to stream. I don't think I can project. I don't think I have the energy. And then I show up and there's just so much random crazy crap happening in the chat. It makes me laugh. I feel re-energized, and it's a good time. All right, opponent plays a Liliana. Sure. Like, these streams are usually a real pick-me-up for me. They're gonna make us sack. That's fine. Get a couple of 3/3s. Opponent mills and exiles. Well, they just milled a couple of our good win conditions. Well, thank you, Tarek. That means a lot to me. And I agree with you, Oz. Best chat I've seen on Twitch, but I also don't watch Twitch. Alright. But it cracks Verdant Catacombs. For a swamp. And they're passing the turn. So I'm going to repeal Ren and 6. He was here earlier. He resubbed for 20 months. But I think it's kind of late in his time zone, or he's at work usually. Alright, go to combat. We're going to throw one of these at Liliana and one of these at Ashiok. I suspect my opponent has like a lightning bolt or some kind of removal spell here. Yeah, push would make sense. Kolaghan's command. They're going to make us discard, and they're going to kill this worm, which I think is the one at Ashiok. Okay, this is fine. We'll discard an island. Okay, we kill Liliana. I don't want to reset Ashiok, but I do want to draw a card. So I think I'm actually going to repeal Spreading Seas. This way, if we draw nothing, we get an additional redraw. Kind of like that. Okay, there's a Karn. Play... I guess play Academy Ruins. Play Karn. Go ahead and Wish. And we can take a card out of exile, and I think I'm going to take Sundering Titan. I'm going to make my opponent have Bolt and Thoughtseize. Okay, opponent makes us sack our last creature, that's fine. You know what's great about Spreading Seas and Sundering Titan? We can take out the island on their side of the field as well. We don't even have to take out one of ours. Okay, opponent plays a tap land. So nice of them to mill into exile. Yeah, indeed. I got something. Assassin's Trophy, Karn, sure. Get an island. We untap. We draw Tech Edge. So... Forest, Island, Mountain, Swamp. Play Tech Edge first. Tech Edge, Blackcleave Cliffs. Play Sundering Titan. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take out all of their lands. Pass the turn. That was awesome. See, most of what you guys do is shit posting. There's nothing wrong with it. Because it's not like you guys are mean-spirited or anything. Oh, no! It's just... the opponent just saw what they were doing. We would have nuked all of their lands and put Sundering Titan back on top of the deck. We got our 50 play points back! With the most awkward mono blue Tron deck I've ever played. So, now, Oz has requested, via the official request mechanism, that we play blue-white turns. So, I think this might be the last league I do, depending on how long this runs, because blue-white turns is a deck that takes a lot. Let me double check and make sure that there's not a more up-to-date list right now. I don't think there's one, because I remember mine kind of being like, I'm in the Time Warp Discord, and I was one of the only people experimenting with blue-white turns currently. Yeah, there's like no lists right now. Okay. That's a good way to put it. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm just going to pilot this list. Let me update Stream Decker really quick so that you guys can have the list if you want it as soon as I find it. Okay. Stream Decker should be updated. All right. Stop, you're going to make me blush. Yes, we are. Time for some Azorius turns. Hang on, view deck. Make sure I queued. No! I accidentally queued up with the Tron list again. Hang on. Okay, we get our entry back. Do you ever play in the qualifiers? I've missed it so many times. Not even joking. This time I actually had way more than enough points to actually play in the qualifiers. Couldn't. Because I missed the day that it was happening. Woo, Noxon! Thank you for giving out a tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. You're a wonderful human being, and I really appreciate the support. Let me find... It's Jake Azorius turns. There we are. Yeah, okay, cool. Whoa! Another tier 1 sub! Thank you, Noxon. Everyone deserves a star. I really appreciate it. Also, Oz can now use my my Twitch emotes. And I do have a couple more lined up in the queue to add. I just can't currently. Because I think I have to get back up to a reasonable number of sub points. But if you're in the Discord, there's Kano Birthday and Kano Clown. Alright, I'd love to play first. Alright. Ooh, double temporal mastery hand. This is a mulligan. This is also a mulligan. Alright, I can work with this. We're going to put back a flooded strand and a snow-covered plains. Okay. Start flooded strand. Crack for a basic island. Serum Visions. We draw a Dictate of Krufix, Serum Visions to the bottom, Howling Mine to the top. Pass the turn. Alright, opponent starts Temple Garden. Should have turned off auto yields. So this looks like Yorian deck. Wow, okay, I did not expect it to be Yorian. Play a Flooded Strand. We're going to fetch up a Hollowed Fountain. We're going to play Howling Mine. Pass the turn. Really hoping we draw a land in our next two draws. Also, thank you, Six Sigma, for doing all of the advertising. Much appreciated. Okay, so this is probably like Yorian Kiki Company. Okay, Force of Negation. We will exile Snapcaster Mage. I cannot let Teferi resolve. That'd be so bad. Okay, we draw a Flooded Strand and a Serum Visions, so play Flooded Strand and pass the turn. Discord is like having access to stream chat, but every day. I mean, that's kind of true. Okay, opponent draws an additional card. They play a Wooded Foothills. They crack Wooded Foothills. If we could Miracle a Temporal Mastery, we would be off to the races right now. Vanifar. Okay. So our opponent is playing 80-card pod, basically. We're going to fetch with Flooded Strand, we're going to get a basic island, and we're going to flash Dictate of Krufix. Come on, Temporal Mastery. Oz, you have like 4 different accounts in my Discord right now. just saying. Okay, we draw... Ooh, we draw Teferi, which is excellent, and an island. So play an island. Play Teferi. Bounce Vanifar. Draw Howling Mine, Serum Visions. Draw Exhaustion, which is excellent. Dictate to the bottom. I think I want access to this Path of Exile, so I'm going to leave it on top. Pass the turn. You don't have access to any of them? How? How? How is that possible? Alright. Opponent plays a Noble Hierarch, so they can't attack and kill Teferi this turn. 3 mana, they play a Skyclave Apparition. So it looks like they're going to use that to get rid of a Howling Mine. Okay. They play a Breeding Pool untapped. We untap. We draw Path and Temporal Mastery. Oh, if only I'd scried that to the bottom. That'd have been super dirty. So, uptick to Fairy. And we will exhaust our opponent. Pass the turn. My inner John Avon. Isn't he an artist? Is there something that I'm not getting there? Alright, opponent gets a Flooded Strand. I'm assuming they're only going to attack with one creature because of Noble Hierarch. Oh, he draws lands. Ah, yes. Nice, nice. Okay, opponent attacks with Skyclave Apparition at Teferi. So, Path to Exile. We get a Spirit. Okay, opponent cracks Flooded Strand. We need, like, land and Time Warp now. Okay, opponent gets a Plains. Eladamri's Call. They got Kiki Jiki. That's terrifying. So we untap. We draw Time Warp land. Ooh, got him! Time Warp ourself. Attack for 2. Thanks for the Spirit, opponent. We untap. Draw Force of Negation, land. Okay. So now we tick up to Fairy. Play Hallowed Fountain untapped. Play Howling Mine. And pass the turn. Okay. Opponent untaps. They draw extra cards. You didn't Time Warp your opponent? I'm so proud of you. Alright. So we're going to counter this, and I think draw. They could cast a Kiki here, but it shouldn't matter. They can attack Teferi down to 3. We do have Force of Negation if they cast a non-creature spell. I'm a little bit scared. Because if my opponent has Pestermite Kiki, we're dead. Yep. Alright, we're dead. Because my opponent has exactly enough mana for Kiki. Well, they have slightly more than enough. Alright. Well, we fought hard. If we had miracled that Temporal Mastery instead of drawing that Path to Exile, this game would have been over in a hurry. Alright. Kiki in that art looks constipated. A little bit. Okay, so versus our opponent's deck. I think I want Aether Gust. Force of Negation is not as good. I'll go down some Force of Negation here. I'll bring in some Supreme Verdict. Force of Negation's non-creature spell. I can't counter Kiki, unfortunately. I'm not gonna play Jace. Because I was thinking, oh, Felidar Guardian. They're just gonna, like, combo with Felidar Guardian. I should have countered Kiki, yes, sorry. We're gonna cut like more Giga Drows because it's super bad. Indeed, that was a punt. Should have let them combo and then Cryptic Tap, so that was a punt. Yes. That was also a good line that I did not take. I kind of want Silence. They don't play too much at instant speed. Silence could be a good Time Warp here. I'm going to try Silence over Giga Drowse. Alright, we'll play first. It's not my birthday, Six Sigma. Alright, this works. This is actually not bad. I'd like to draw a Time Warp. Or not a Time Warp. I'd like to draw a Howling Mine of some kind. It's not my birthday! Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. Play Prairie Stream tapped, pass the turn. Opponent starts Flooded Strand. We untap. there is no grinder profile. It's not my birthday. Okay, I'm gonna play Hollowed Fountain tapped here. We're gonna save Flooded Strand to get Mystic Sanctuary. Tarek already said. He already said happy birthday like twice this stream, including once before you asked him to, like immediately before. You tried to make me one, but my email was taken. like you're trying to confirm that I have one. Oh, that's actually really funny. All right, play an island. Play Teferi. Uptick Teferi. Pass the turn. The evidence is piling up. Oh man. Opponent plays another Wall of Blossoms. That's actually fantastic. That's the best grinder-related troll I've heard. We draw a Supreme Verdict. Tick up Teferi. Play Flooded Strand. There's really no reason for us to exhaust our opponent right now. We just hold up Supreme Verdict. If enough people say today is your birthday, then it is. Opponent plays a Wall of Omens. Just mono cantrip wall tribal. Alright, we're gonna fetch a basic island and I think just Verdict. Untap. Opponent has to discard to hand size. They discard Prime Speaker. I am going to Miracle a Temporal Mastery because that's actually super good here. Play Prairie Stream. Exhaust our opponent. Down tick Teferi to draw an extra card. Another Teferi is good. So we untap. We draw Aether Gust. Tick up Teferi. Gonna Time Warp ourselves. We're trying to hit a Mystic Sanctuary here. So we can like keep comboing off. Alright, draw an extra card. Alright, well now we can't, but Mystic Sanctuary, we're going to put Time Warp on top. Pass the turn, leave up Aether Gust. Well, my opponent also has exhaustion on them right now. And I mean, even if they were running Force, it wouldn't particularly matter because we have Teferi on board. So unless Teferi dies, they can't actually cast it. Alright. Draw Hollowed Fountain. Play Hollowed Fountain tapped. Uptick Teferi. So the good news is we have a lot of lands. Tons of mana. When it cracks Wooded Foothills, they get a forest. All the replies to the interesting comments. Opponent plays a Renegade Rallier. I am going to Aether Gust this because they need the Revolt trigger for that Renegade Rallier to continue to be good. And they'll have trouble turning that on next turn. Miracle Temporal Mastery, which is fantastic. Down tick Teferi, draw a card. Ooh, another Teferi. Play Teferi. Down tick Teferi, draw a card. Exhaust our opponent. Okay, untap. We draw. Most of the videos are not recorded during stream. I do put up VODs on Fridays, though. Play next to Fairy, draw a card. We really need to hit a... Well, Flooded Strand is okay for Mystic Sanctuary, but we really, really need to hit a... I should have drawn before I played the land there. That was actually a mistake. Okay, we draw Dictate. Uptick to Fairy, play Flooded Strand, and pass the turn. Dictate is going to lock this game up very quickly. Yeah, most of the videos are recorded off stream, usually early morning when I have time. Like early morning for me. Alright. Sounds good. Okay, opponent Eladamri's Call. 23 cards dig deep for a mine. Indeed. Opponent found Gaddock Teague. Well, I'm glad we have a path to exile in hand. Flash in Dictate. Fetch up Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of our deck. We untap. Draw Time Warp. Draw Mystic Sanctuary. Uptick to Fairy. Time Warp ourselves. Play Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of our deck. Pass the turn. How have the VODs been doing on YouTube? They're actually getting more and more views. Like, the first couple got like 20, and then the few after that got like 30 to 40, and the most recent one got over 100, but like just barely over. Cast the same Time Warp again. Pass the turn, we untap, we draw a bunch of cards. Silence is technically a Time Warp. Down tick to Fairy, bounce birds. Draw Cryptic. Alright, pass the turn. Yeah, Mystic Sanctuary is just like unnecessarily brutal. Probably silence my opponent on their upkeep, because silence plus Teferi is balanced. Okay, opponent draws a bunch of extra cards. They're going to have to discard to hand size. On their end step, I'm going to actually bounce Mystic Sanctuary. Okay, they give up. I think I'm just going to run it back. It's possible we want Timely Reinforcements, but because my opponent wins with an infinite damage combo, like, it's only good against their fair game plan, and their fair game plan we're not really scared of, so I'm going to leave it aside. I agree, Phoenix. Okay, this is not a keepable hand. We're going to mulligan. Us being on the draw does suck quite a bit here. We obviously have a much better time when we're on the play. I could keep this. It wouldn't be bad, but we really need a mine. Keep this one? Yeah. I think if I keep this, I actually have to put back Time Warp. Madman of Magic is where I have the most fun. Yeah, we're going to keep this. Put back Time Warp. That's true. Opponent starts Tri-Land. We draw Snow-Covered Island. Perfect. Start Island, Serum Visions. Draw Temporal Mastery, which is pretty disheartening. We have the option of keeping a Plains on top of our deck for Supreme Verdict, but we have enough lands. I think I'm just going to shunt these to the bottom. Pass the turn. If only that was a Preordain and not a Serum Visions. Could you imagine? Just leaving a Temporal Mastery on. Well, it wouldn't even be that good because here we wouldn't have 2 lands to cast it when we untap. Opponent plays a Wall of Blossoms. We draw Flooded Strand, so play Flooded Strand. Pass the turn. Unban Preordain. I don't actually know right now if Preordain would be too good for Modern. My gut instinct is that it's not, but I'm also not an expert. Okay. We're going to fetch up a Hallowed Fountain here. Not paying the mana. Or not paying the life, I mean. Untap. We draw Teferi. Alright. Yeah, play me Kokoro. Play Teferi. Opponent casts an Eladamri's Call. That's fine. They're probably going to go get Gaddock Teague. Omnath, Locus of Creation. Might be a problem. Uptick. Opponent shocks a Steam Vents. I mean, this is a pretty good reason to just cast Supreme Verdict. Opponent plays a Noble Hierarch. And a Skyclave Apparition to deal with Teferi. We untap. Draw Mystic Sanctuary. So, play Polluted Delta. Crack Polluted Delta. Get a Hallowed Fountain. And we're just going to Verdict now. Give ourselves a Spirit. Pass the turn. But it probably just plays Omnath. Okay. Opponent gets to draw. Really hoping to get on a land. Of course they do, and of course it's a fetch land. Alright. Yep. Opponent plays a Vannifar. That's scary. I kind of want my other Verdict off the top. Okay, we draw Teferi. Teferi is okay. We can Path Omnath, play Mystic Sanctuary, put Path on top, draw Path, and Path Vannifar. No, we actually can't do that. We'd have to bounce Vannifar. Path the card that could lose you the game. Pretty sure that's Omnath. Prime Speaker, they have to have a lot of other creatures, and their Prime Speaker does not have haste, and likely will not. Yeah, I think it's Path Omnath, bounce Prime. So Path Omnath. Mystic Sanctuary. I'm going to put Path on top. Play Teferi. Bounce Prime Speaker. Draw Path. Go to combat and attack for 3. Okay. Second Omnath. Okay. Wall of Omens, they get to draw. We untap. We draw a Time Warp. Okay. Uptick to Fairy. Time Warp ourself. Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top. Pass the turn. No attacks. We untap. Draw Time Warp. Uptick to Fairy. Time Warp ourself. I'm going to path my illusion so I can cast Temporal Mastery. We don't have a mine, so this is actually kind of dangerous. And we need to hit the mana. If we don't, we lose. We untap. We draw Cryptic. Uptick to Fairy. Cast Temporal. Okay. Untap. We draw Silence. Bounce Omnath. We draw Howling Mine. Play Howling Mine. Pass the turn. We're going to silence our opponent on their upkeep. Man, Silence to Fairy is just so broken. Like, it's just 1 mana, your opponent loses a turn. Super good. Okay, on their end step, activate Mikokoro. Draw Supreme Verdict to untap. Opponent has to discard to hand size. 2 Prime Speakers. We draw another Teferi and a Misty Rainforest. So, uptick Teferi. Play Misty. Crack Misty. Get a Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of our deck. Activate Mikokoro. Time Warp ourself. Untap. Draw some cards. Serum Vision, Dictate of Krufix. So Cryptic Command. We could bounce Misty. Oh no, we're 1 mana off of doing that. Okay, never mind. Hang on. That's true. Why play a 5 mana warp when we got a 1 mana warp? You're right. It's just safer to cast Time Warp on yourself. So, bounce Mystic Sanctuary, draw a card. Draw Exhaustion. So, Mystic Sanctuary. Put Silence on top of our deck. Draw Silence with Serum Visions. Island and Dictate to the bottom. Pass the turn. I do have to play quickly, so if I start ignoring chat, I'm sorry. I need to make sure that I can actually win this game, though. Silence. Opponent draws an extra card. We have turn off auto yields. Oh, wait, too late. So I missed a draw. That's fine. We untap. Draw Hallowed Fountain. And a Cryptic Command. Alright, take up the Fairy. We're just going to do the exact same thing again. Turn a permanent, draw a card. Play Mystic Sanctuary. Put Silence on top of our deck. Draw with Mikokoro. Almost messed that up. Pass the turn. Opponent's turn. Silence. Okay, pass through our opponent's turn. Opponent has to discard several cards. We untap. Okay. So play Flooded Strand. Crack Flooded Strand. Get our last Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top. Down tick, bounce wall, draw Time Warp. Time Warp ourself, play Dictate. Yeah, we can Verdict at instant speed, that is true if we have to. Yeah, we draw land, an Aether Gust, and depart the Water Veil, which is what we're looking for here. Uptick. Animate the snow-covered island. Go to combat. Attack for 6. Teferi is just so busted in this deck. Okay, we did not draw any time warps. Uptick Teferi. Play an island. Go to combat. Attack for 6. Take our opponent to 3. We're probably safe with double Aether Gust Verdict. Yeah. I think we're safe. So we're actually going to let our opponent take their turn here. They play a Wooded Foothills. Opponent plays a Felidar Guardian. Sure. Flickering a green source. Saheeli Rai. So, Aether Gust, Saheeli. Opponent gives up. Alright, that was a long match 1, but we got there. Whew. Okay. Moving on to match 2. Yeah, it should have been 2 games long, you're right. Alright. Can Teferi bounce manlands? No. He can only hit in artifacts or in creatures or artifacts or enchantments. Pretty sure. Alright, this seems like a fair hand. We get a Howling Mine. We can protect with a Force of Negation. Force of Negation probably pitches Giga Drowse. If they're animated on your turn, then yes. Yes. It could bounce our manland if necessary. We're going to keep. Yes, it could bounce our manland, if that's what you're wondering about, but... Oh, make Mystic a dude, and then we could bounce it? That is something that I should be aware of, because that could potentially be very important. The only reason to animate a basic island over something like Mystic Saint... Oh, God. Okay, well... Fetch up a Hallowed Fountain. We are going to have a bad time. We're going to have a very bad time. I'm going to Giga Drowse their white source here. Okay, opponent attacks for 2. If they play Aether Vial, I'll force it. Because it's like their only non-creature spell that we would actually hit. Crap. Yep. Agreed. And us playing Giga Drowse told our opponent what we're playing too. Okay. Opponent hits us for 2. They're going to field us now. Float blue. Get a basic island. I think I'm going to play out Snapcaster. I don't need it in hand, and blocking could be relevant. Might have been better to just hold it and go to game 2. Yeah. Alright. Play Prairie Stream, which ironically is pretty decent considering our opponent fielded us, otherwise it would have been a tap land. Alright, if we can get our Howling Mines down, we can still win. It's just going to be hard. Opponent sacks Horizon Canopy to draw a card. We also cannot Force of Negation, but there are not many things we would Force of Negation, like Aether Vial and Path are their only non-creature spells as far as I know. If they have Skyclave Apparition hitting Howling Mine, that's really depressing. Okay. Opponent hits us for 2. We need to draw another untapped land. Good news is we have a lot of those. Cool. Alright, now I can flash Dictate of Kruphix on my opponent's turn. And if we draw another untapped land, we'll have access to a Cryptic Command. Opponent plays an Aether Vial. Okay, we gotta let that resolve, unfortunately. Opponent goes to combat. Attacks for 2, no blocks. Okay, on their end step. Flash Dictate. Untap. Draw a Hollowed Fountain, which is good, and a Serum Visions. So play a Hollowed Fountain. Pass the turn. No attacks. I'm just going to field Hollowed Fountain. Sure. We don't have anything that requires double white in the main deck, so we're just going to get a basic island. I might repulse Thalia here, depending on what my opponent plays. If they play like a Skyclave Apparition, I think I just counter draw or counter tap, depending on whether or not they do it main phase 1 or not. Okay, Ghost Quarter sucks. Because I've got the suspicion that... Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Because my opponent is leaving open the ability to play Arbiter into a Ghost Quarter activation, I'm going to counter Skyclave Apparition, and I'm going to bounce Thalia. That means they have to either replay Thalia or go for Leon and Arbiter Ghost Quarter. But either way, we get to keep... Dictate, which is most important. And if we draw a land and they don't replay Thalia, or if they replay Thalia and we draw a land, we can cast Time Warp. If they play Leon and Arbiter and Ghost Quarter us, and we draw a land, we can cast Time Warp. So that's the plan. Okay, opponent replays Thalia. Okay, let me draw an untap land. Opponent attacks for 2. That's fine, we'll trade. They're probably setting up for like a Flicker Wisp if they're doing this now. That's okay. We're fighting hard. Okay, they decide not to. Okay. We need untap lands. Time Warp is great. But we need lands a lot. So we have to pass turn and leave up Cryptic here. And at this point, it might be better to just tap and draw. Our opponent almost certainly has a Leon and Arbiter. So if there's a way that we can play around a Leon and Arbiter, I think we should. My biggest fear is that they play another Ghost Quarter on their main phase, and then like Violin and Arbiter against a end step Cryptic Command. Three mana, they're gonna Flicker Wisp. They Flicker Wisp Skyclave Apparition, right? Which could then hit our Dictate, which is really important. We're going to counter and bounce Thalia again. Because we can survive a single Arbiter and Ghost Quarter activation. If my opponent has like Arbiter, Ghost Quarter, as well as Thalia again, or can take out our Dictate at their end step, as well as Vile Thalia back in, we still need... Now we have to top deck exactly a land, and that's difficult. If we hit exactly a land, we might be okay for a minute. Alright, Serum Visions. We're going to try and draw a land. We had a land. Mystic Sanctuary is good, but without a Howling Mine, we're not going to be beating our opponent. I'm going to leave it on top, though. Play Snow-Covered Island. Pass the turn. Okay, opponent takes up Vial, which means no instant speed Arbiters that we have to worry about. Force of Negation? Yeah. Definitely countering that. If my opponent attacks with Thalia this turn, we double block. Okay, opponent figures it out and attacks with just Flicker Wisp. We go to 4. Untap. We draw Mystic Sanctuary. Time Warp ourself. Mystic Sanctuary. We could put back Cryptic. I think we just put back Time Warp, though. Cryptic is the play. Well, it's a good thing I made the wrong one, then. We untap, we draw Time Warp. Ooh. That actually helps. So... Sure. We'll get... We'll get a Plains. Miracle Temporal. Giga Drowse. Replicated twice. We're going to tap down everything they have to interaction. Phoenix is right. I should have grabbed Cryptic. Hit our opponent for 2. We draw. Teferi is interesting. So Teferi costs 4 mana. If we bounce Thalia, we can't do anything else. So we need to Time Warp one more time, and if we draw a land, we're good, I think. Attack for 2. Okay, Serum Visions. So we can... Let me think. We can Teferi, bounce Thalia, and draw. Oh, cast Serum Visions and then warp? Yeah, that works. Part the Water Veil. So Giga Drow's on the bottom. We drew Flooded Strand. Part the Water Veil on top. Time Warp, target ourself. Play Flooded Strand, but we're not cracking it this turn. Attack for 2. And our opponent to 13. We untap. We draw Part the Water Veil. We play Teferi. How many games do I have left for tonight? I don't know how long this league is going to go. Okay, we're going to fetch up Mystic Sanctuary and put Time Warp on top. Bounce Thalia, draw a Time Warp. Time Warp ourself. Go to combat, attack for 2. We untap. Miracle of Temporal Mastery? Hang on, is that even worth it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are not miracling Temporal Mastery this turn. We are upticking Teferi. We are parting the Water Veil on Mystic Sanctuary. Go to combat, attack for 2. We untap. This way it actually guarantees the win, because we just attack and Temporal Mastery and we're fine. Well, no, because the we weren't guaranteed to win with Miracle Temporal there because we couldn't cast Part the Water Veil and get a creature to end the game. We needed another warp after that, and there was no guarantee we would draw it. Attack for 8. Whew! Oh, fought hard. That was tough. Okay. So we're going to drop the Force of Negations. We're going to bring in Path, Timely. Maybe we don't need Timely. Verdict is probably better. I don't like Jace as much here. Oh, Giga Drowse actually isn't that great. I'm going to drop a Giga Drowse for a Timely and a Giga Drowse. You know, I'm going to bring in 2 Timelies and leave in 1 Giga Drowse. Yeah, the problem is most of their best hands include Vile, and... oh, man. I don't know. Maybe Silence was correct. I mean, if we draw lands, it's good, but I think we need a land with Howling, or a hand with Howling Mines in it. I'm gonna mulligan and see if we can't get Howling Mine. Okay, going to 5. Thank you for doing the announcement, Sigma, and I appreciate it a lot. If you... I hope you sleep well, man. Selendi Isle / Selendi Visions? I've thought about that. Part the Water Veil. I'm actually going to put back Exhaustion. I really want to cast Serum Visions this game. Opponent mulled to 5. And Exhaustion is really bad versus Aether Vial hands as well. Ah, damn it. I should have played the Flooded Strand and gone for a Hollowed Fountain. If my opponent plays a Leonin Arbiter, I'm going to get super punished. Both of those cards to the bottom. We need more lands. Okay, we got to pray for no Arbiter. Okay, it's a Thalia, which is bad. It's just not as bad as it could be. So Flooded Strand, we're going to go ahead and fetch for a Hollowed Fountain right now. Pass the turn. We do need another untapped land. My opponent is quite low on cards in hand. As long as they don't have like the worst case scenario of like Violin Arbiter activate field, we probably are fine. Draw Dictate, play Mystic Sanctuary, pass the turn. I can't actually F6 here because I need to make sure I can pay for an Arbiter at basically every point. Okay, we're going to go get a basic Plains because we do need it for Teferi. First Teferi is going to be a sacrificial Teferi to get rid of Aether Vial, or reset it at least. We do need to draw another land to actually cast a Teferi, though. Three mana. I have no idea what that is. Yes, yes. I do want to play Among Us with the Discord group. I think that would be a ton of fun. I can make it into a video or something, and that would be some good laughs. All right, we untap. Flooded Strand, perfect. Fetch Flooded Strand. We will get a Prairie Stream. Untapped. Play Teferi. And we have to bounce Aether Vial here. Even if my opponent can Violin a Skyclave Apparition, or even if they can just attack Teferi and kill him with Thalia. Put it Flicker Wisps. They can Flicker Wisp their own Aether Vial to the same effect and prevent us from drawing, which is actually probably what they should be doing here. They're going to Flicker Wisp Thalia? That was not right. Okay, they get Thalia. They replay Aether Vial. Oh, and it even costs 2, which is excellent. They attack Teferi and hit us for 3. We untap. We draw Time Warp. So, play Teferi. Bounce Thalia. Wait! No, I didn't play a land! Ah. Oh well, we got a verdict, it's fine. Shit. Yeah, no, that would be fun. If there's like particularly difficult matchups, it might be fun to try and set those up. Verdict and Mystic to get it back. Opponent did attack our face. So uptick to Fairy. I actually do kind of like Verdict Mystic. Oh, hang on. I can't do that because Thalia. So play Mystic Sanctuary. We're not putting Serum Visions on top. Cast Verdict. Instant speed the Verdict. No, Mystic has to, target when it enters. So, as long as my opponent doesn't have another Thalia, we can start Time Warping. I would like to get down a Dictate of Krufix. On at 3 mana, plays a Skyclave Apparition, getting rid of Teferi. Okay. They're going to Vial in another freaking Thalia. We untap and draw a Path. So we can Path Thalia. Then get a land. Yeah. Alright. We have to cast Dictate. I should have waited, you're right. My opponent ticked up Vial, which is fine. If they had tapped it at 2, I would have had to cast Dictate immediately. I really hope they don't have another Skyclave Apparition. They're hard casting Maul of the Skyclaves. Okay. They attack us for 4. Yeah, that's fine. Go to 4. Alright, here we go. Flash Dictate. Gotta hope they don't have another Skyclave Apparition. If they do, we have to Miracle Temporal Mastery. Okay, it's a Flicker Wisp. Okay, they hit Dictate directly. That means we can cast Time Warp on ourselves this time. Island is also good. So, Time Warp ourself. Pass the turn, we get Dictate back. We untap, we draw some cards. Timely Reinforcements is actually really good as well. Time Warp ourself. Play Polluted Delta, get Mystic Sanctuary. Putting Time Warp back on top of our deck. Okay, pass the turn. Opponent Ghost Quarters. We will not use its ability. We need to draw Time Warp. It's not a Field of Ruin, it's a Ghost Quarter. We draw Time Warp and Verdict. That's perfect. Time Warp ourselves again. We untap. Draw land to Fairy. Play land. I could go for the instant speed Verdict, but I'm not going to. Cast Supreme Verdict. When it gives us a Spirit. Pass the turn. This deck does have Force of Negation in the main deck. I took it out versus Taxes. Okay, opponent draws an additional card, which could be problematic. We'll see. I'm just going to Vial in a 3-drop. That's fine. Archon of Emeria. No more than 1 spell a turn, huh? Okay, Flash Dictate on our opponent's end step. We untap. Draw Serum Visions, Exhaustion, and Giga Drowse. Play Teferi. Opponent flashes an Aven Mind Sensor. That's fine. Bounce Archon. Draw part. Cast. Oh, I should have. No, I couldn't. Does taking Force out completely trash the deck, or is it still doable? Taking Force out means that you're going to be incredibly soft to control. Dictate to the bottom, Time Warp on top. Pass the turn. I am going to attack. Yeah, remands are a decent option. Commandeer is actually fine versus like Tron. It performs a similar function. It's a lot more costly, obviously, because you have to like expend a bunch of resources to get it, but yeah, it's not bad if you're playing against decks that tap out a lot for like all of their mana for one thing. Play Reband because it's basically Time Walk. I actually have played a version with Delay. Delay is not bad. If you're playing Teferi, Delay is actually hilarious because they can't cast things with Suspend while you have Teferi. Have I played Twiddlestorm before? Yes, I have. I actually played a version of Twiddlestorm that existed before Twiddlestorm existed. Not sure why we didn't exhaustion them. We needed the life to stay alive, and my opponent has an active Aether Vial, so going to 1 was tough. Yeah, it had me worried. Well, no, because they could just equip Maul of the Skyclaves and we would die. Okay, opponent plays a Stoneforge Mystic. Getting a Sword of Fire and Ice. We untap. We draw Time Warp, Flooded Strand, Temporal Mastery. Okay. Cast Time Warp, target ourself. Play Flooded Strand. Get our last Mystic Sanctuary. They probably vial in the Archon here, because we're going to get a non-basic land, and they're going to want to stop us from casting multiple spells a turn, but if they do that, I'm pretty sure they lose. That's true. I haven't tried either of those decks for a long time. That might be fun. Oh, crap. I forgot. We are under an Aven Mind Sensor. Alright, that's fine. Attack for 3. We've Time Warped. No blocks by the opponent. Does this deck just try and kill with tokens before decking? No. We just part the Water Veil and usually attack twice and our opponent dies. It's very rare that we actually have to worry about decking ourselves. If we get to that point, we can usually do something about it. Alright, untap. Opponent is thinking about Vial. They're going for it. Okay, we untap. We draw a bunch of extra cards. Play Snow-Covered Island. Big brain time. So, we have 8 mana. All of our spells cost 1 more. We could Teferi, bounce Aether Vial, and then cast Exhaustion. We would take a big hit. But actually, we would not likely have another way to... Alright, no. We start by attacking. Timely is like 2 extra turns from this point. That's true. So since we have 8 mana, and this is likely the only time we'll ever be able to hardcast it, we're going to just cast Temporal Mastery. Untap. Draw Path, Flooded Strand, Snow-Covered Island. Okay, Path changes things a lot. Play the land. We can Path Archon. So now we can continue casting spells. Yeah, I've got to go faster. You're right. Then I can exhaust my opponent. Well, first I can attack, actually. Go to combat. Attack for 3. I could play Teferi, bounce Thalia, and exhaust my opponent. Actually kind of like that. Bounce Thalia. Exhaust my opponent. Pass the turn. That's not what I was intending to do, so I'm glad you called that out in chat. So if my opponent has another Archon, that's a problem. Okay, they draw a couple extra cards. Flicker Wisp is kind of a big deal if they've got it. We do have Giga Drowse, so as long as we draw some other kind of Time Warp. Yeah, they can't. Well, they can't get Thalia. They have no way to play Thalia because Aether Vial's on 3. Okay, they attack and kill Teferi. They're gonna Vial in a 3-drop. Flicker Wisp. Getting rid of the token. Okay. I can work with this. We draw a Hallowed Fountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Play a Hallowed Fountain. Untapped. Awaken Mystic Sanctuary. Go to combat, attack for 6. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay, opponent has to block. We untap. Well, first we discard Giga Drowse. Alright, good night, Sigma. Hope you sleep well. Okay. Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of our deck. Serum Visions to draw it. Land bottom, land bottom. Time Warp. Ourself. Cast Timely just to be safe. Go to combat, attack for 6. Awesome. Oh, man. I mean, I think on average Hate Bears has favored. It might be favored a little bit more than that. Like any form of Hate Bears or Taxes deck. It's strong, it's just very slow and very mentally intensive. It's very, very easy to punt while playing this deck. I guess it does depend a little bit. I have not played the matchup in a long time, so I guess my knowledge would be out of date. Alright, we'll play first. This looks like a hand we can keep. That's true. You have to plan out a ton of turns in advance to play this deck, with a few redundant lines based on what you think your opponent might have. That's like the optimal way to play turns. Okay. I'm going to start Island here instead of Hallowed Fountain tapped, because if my opponent starts untapped Island, they could be controlled, they could have Spell Snare, and I would Giga Drowse it before playing Howling Mine. Okay. My big brain play really came back to bite me because they're playing an Inspiring Vantage. And we have to play a Howling Mine and a Shockland versus Burn now. Pass the turn. Last time we played this, we got boiled like 2 to 3 times. Oh yeah, no, that was the other thing. I kind of rage quit playing this. Oh my god, it's the deck that boils us. It's not Burn. Okay, play a Flooded Strand. I think we just Giga Drowse here. I don't think we play Teferi. Yeah, Giga on upkeep. We can't Mystic Sanctuary to get back another Giga Drowse, unfortunately. Opponent draws an additional card. Plays a mountain. I don't want to thin, I actually want to draw lands here. Okay, Hallowed Fountain is fine. Play Hallowed Fountain untapped. Exhaust our opponent. Pass the turn. Now we can fetch up Mystic Sanctuary, put Exhaust back on top if we want. Yeah, Tarek. My man, he knows. He knows what's up. Okay, opponent Flagstones. To get a Sacred Foundry tapped. Oh, they're going to boom. Okay, in that case, I am definitely going to Mystic Sanctuary right now. Because we're going to need the exhaustion. Opponent gets a tap land. There you go. Okay, we untap. We draw exhaustion, exhaustion. So the good news is we should have a couple of turns before our opponent can hit us again. We do need to draw lands, though. Opponent draws and plays a Sunbaked Canyon. They bolt our face. Sure. We untap. We draw Serum Visions and an island. Perfect. Serum Visions. We draw Cryptic. Teferi bottom. Island top. Exhaust our opponent again. Pass the turn. Well, I would probably save Snap for an actual Time Warp, which I plan to cast this turn. Opponent has to discard due to hand size. They discard a Ghostly Prison. We draw Island Force. Force is very good. Time Warp ourself. That's fair. But now that we didn't draw a Time Warp, we're going to Snap Exhaust. We do have Force of Negation for backup, which is nice. So even if my opponent does play a land destruction spell here, we can just force it. Probably pitching it to Teferi. I doubt we need 3. Opponent has to play a tap land. Okay, that's good news for us. They got a discard, a ghostly prison. We draw force. And path. Okay, cast Serum Visions. We're going to try and draw land. We do. Time Warp on top, Prairie Stream on top of Time Warp. Play a snow-covered island. Pass the turn, I'm going to discard Teferi. I'm going to keep up Cryptic, Double Force. Ah, shoot, I should have attacked. My bad. I'm going to keep Cryptic, Double Force ready. Opponent plays a Sunbaked Canyon. Opponent attempts a pillage. Okay, Force of Negation. Pitching it to Teferi. Pillage. Okay, Cryptic. Counter draw. Ooh, actually. Counter target spell, bounce Mystic Sanctuary. Okay. Untap, draw Prairie Stream and Time Warp. Time Warp, target ourself. Play Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of our deck. Go to combat. Attack for 2. Hit our opponent to 17. We untap. We draw Time Warp and Polluted Delta. Time Warp. Target ourself. Polluted Delta. And a Mystic Sanctuary. Opponent gives up. Alright. So. Here's the interesting thing. I don't like Jace because he dies to Bolt like immediately. I like Aether Gust, but I also really like Silence here because my opponent plays almost exclusively at sorcery speed. We are running the full 4 Force of Negation as well. Teferi is not as good. Drop a Giga Drowse, bring in an Aether Gust. Cryptic seems expensive. I could go down a Cryptic for an Aether Gust. Path out. I don't know what threats they run, but I know that they're mostly non-creature, so Path out is probably fine. If that's the case, well, their threat would have to be white, because Aether Gust can hit it from the board. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep the other Cryptic in. We're going to run it like this. We are on the draw, so we have to be a lot more careful. I think this hand is fine because we do have Force in case they do have an early like Simian Spirit Guide or a boom off of a Flagstones or something like that. Okay, so play Prairie Stream, pass the turn. It does suck that we have to pitch Dictative Crufix to counter a land destruction spell, or if we do. Opponent plays a Defense Grid. Yeah, I actually have to counter that, because we have Silence. So we untap, play Mystic Sanctuary, pass the turn, stop on my opponent's upkeep, Silence. Okay. Play Flagstones, and pass. Draw Flooded Strand. Play an island. Play a Howling Mine. Hopefully they don't have instant speed land or instant speed artifact destruction like a Wear and Tear or something. Okay, stop on their upkeep. Silence. Shh. What's up, Big Monkey 369? Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. Want to play as a tap land. We untap. Draw land. And land. Okay. I think we play Flooded Strand and pass. Opponent does get a turn. They can cast multiple spells this time. They're likely going up to their 5th land here. The biggest problem that they could have for us would be if they had Pillage for Howling Mine. Okay, opponent plays Defense Grid. So Silence got a lot worse. Yeah, we're going to get Silence. We got to shush him again. Get a Mystic Sanctuary. They do have a Rest in Peace. Now it's just a 4-mana Time Warp instead of a 1-mana Time Warp. Oh man. Alright, we untap. Draw Silence. Okay, play an island, Time Warp. Pass to our next turn. We untap, we draw some cards. That kind of sucks. Play Flooded Strand, pass the turn. Stop on my opponent's upkeep. Silence. Silence is also a fun Time Warp versus Tron, by the way. Okay. So stop on our opponent's end step. We're going to fetch up a Hollowed Fountain tapped. We got to try and thin our deck a little bit here. Untap. Got to draw some Time Warps. Those aren't Time Warps. Play an island. Pass the turn. At least we have a counter spell here if our opponent plays something that's threatening to end the game, like an Ahiri or an Ajani, something of that nature. We can likely eat 1 or 2 land destruction spells without too much of a problem. Pillage on a Howling Mine here would really, really suck, so I would definitely counter anything that targets that. Looks like a boom and bust. Okay, float mana. Honestly, I don't know why my opponent didn't cast the bust half of that. Because they have 2 lands that would have survived that, and if we don't have a counterspell, like... Okay, they're going to try and boom away our white sources. That's fine. Oh, shoot, I need to defloat mana there. Because I can't cast Force through Defense Grid now. Okay. They went for a Molten Rain. They don't have a Pillage. So that's fine. Yes, that's another punt. We draw an Aether Gust and a Serum Visions, so let's go ahead and cast a Serum Visions. Draw Part the Water Veil, Mikokoro to the bottom, Teferi to the top. Play Mystic Sanctuary, pass the turn. We can pitch Aether Gust to Force of Negation for 3 mana. Don't Visions hold up Gust? Yeah. That may have been better. I actually don't think I mind losing the land here. It's the Howling Mine I care about still. Okay. Force of Negation, counter Pillage. Okay, we untap. We draw Teferi and a Flooded Strand. So we play to Fairy. Bounce Defense Grid. Okay, we draw Time Warp. Excellent. That is step 1, drawing more warps. My opponent has cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 land destruction spells. Okay, they replay Defense Grid so that they're safe from like an Aether Gust. They crack Sunbaked Canyon to draw a card. I think the worst thing would be a Nahiri, like exiling Howling Mine. Magus of the Tabernacle. Can't say I care too much about that. So uptick to Fairy. Play Flooded Strand. Crack it for a Hollowed Fountain. Tapped. Time Warp ourself. Untap. We draw Exhaustion, which is excellent. Uptick to Fairy. Play Mystic Sanctuary. Play another Howling Mine. Time Warp ourself. Okay. Draw a whole bunch of stuff. So we can force them to sack the Magus just by exhausting them. Downtick to Fairy. Bouncing. How many Time Warps have I thrown into the Exile Zone? 3? It's not, and there's already a Mystic Sanctuary there. There's 2, so we don't need to worry about Rest in Peace anymore. We bounce Defense Grid. Exhaust our opponent. And because there's no reason for us to hold up Cryptic, because they can't cast anything, and they're going to sack Magus, so they can't attack, I'm going to play Teferi, and I'm going to uptick him. We have Force of Negation if anything goes really wrong. Pass the turn. I'm not likely going to cast any more Howling Mine effects. So opponent sacks Magus to his own effect, which is kind of hilarious. Okay, they play a Cascading Cataracts. And they pass. We untap. Draw a bunch of stuff. Okay, I'm going to bounce Rest in Peace just to make them have something else they have to recast. We need lands. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Cast Temporal. Discarding Dictate. Okay, we draw Time Warp and a Snapcaster. So those both will help speed up our clock. Ooh, no, we don't have any Misty. We don't have any Mystic Sanctuaries left, so that doesn't matter. So uptick to Fairy. Time Warp ourself. Play Misty. Crack Misty. Get a island. Serum Visions. Snow-covered island to the bottom. Temporal Mastery to the top. Run out of Snapcaster just as a threat. Doesn't matter what we target. Okay. Untap. Draw a bunch of cards. We will reveal Temporal Mastery. We're going to draw our other cards first to see what they are. Move my head up after the game so it's in between the boards. Sorry, I don't understand that message. 5, 6, 7, 8. This is another scenario where I think we don't Miracle Temporal, actually. Oh, we can't see Teferi. Okay. Play Flooded Strand, crack Flooded Strand, get an island, uptick Teferi, awaken the plains. Get in for 2. Okay, sweet. Well, we're 3-0. Hang on a sec. Just so I can get the spacing right, let's take this up somewhere. Where's a good place to put my head? I could shrink myself a lot. I could move this up a little bit. I need a higher pitch voice now. In between the dark gray board, my opponent's light gray board. Tiny Kano. Oops. We'll try this. Moto is not set up to have a good spot to put your face cam. The only other place I found that I can put it is like over the yes, no, okay prompt in the middle, like between the two graveyards. But then it's like super tiny. It's just like the only it's the only place with like relevant information for people who are watching the stream. Have I ever tried Titan Shift? Yes, actually. I used to play... No worries, Phoenix. Thank you for watching. I'm glad to have you, man. I used to play Amulet Titan a little bit when Summer's Bloom was still legal. And briefly after that, I did play some Titan Shift because I had all the cards. I haven't played it in a long time, though. I have no idea how it is in the current... Actually, in the current metagame, it's probably very good, but it's green-white now instead of green-red. This seems like a good hand, so I'm going to keep. Do I do donor decks? Sometimes, yes. Alright, we draw Mystic Sanctuary. Start Polluted Delta, pass the turn. This is likely the Uro deck, which I think our deck actually is a pretty good matchup against. Did my opponent keep a 1-lander? My opponent kept a 1-lander. Crack Polluted Delta, get a Hollowed Fountain. I think my opponent mulliganed as well. I wasn't paying attention. Play an island, pass the turn. Don't we all in order to play the game? Whew! Big monkey, spitting the truths. Opponent plays a Mystic Sanctuary tapped. Well, time to time to give him the old Force of Will Inquisition. Uptick Teferi just in case they have Bolt, because their entire hand is land, or their entire hand is non-land cards. So opponent concedes. Wow. Teferi too strong. Okay. So my opponent is likely Uro or Control. We want the other Force of Negation. Aether Gust, maybe, but I actually think I'm going to drop a Cryptic for a Silence. I'm going to drop Jace for a Silence. Deck price $100, mana base $400. Yeah, that's always been the pain. I'll keep this. We think they're playing the Uro deck. Like Uro Omnath pile. We draw another Prairie Stream. Start Prairie Stream, pass the turn. All opponent knows is we're playing, I think, like Serum Vision and Teferi. They shock us Steam Vents. They play Rennet. Yeah, this is definitely the Uro deck. They don't know we're on turns, yeah. They shouldn't. You probably think we're just a weird control deck. We draw Howling Mine. Alright. Commence Howling. Pass the turn. Don't slam it. Oh, too late. It does give our opponent a chance to draw, like, Force of Negation. If they, like, tap out for an Uro here, though, and we can untap and play a Teferi, it's probably game over. They pick up a land out of grave. Sure. They got a discard due to hand size. We draw a Flooded Strand and a Misty. I kind of want a Flooded Strand for a... Meh. Guess it doesn't really matter. Play Flooded Strand. Pass the turn. I'm going to make our opponent do something. If I could draw a Force of Negation, that'd actually be fantastic. I went down, I think, 2 Giga Draws. I only left 1 in the game. Or left 1 in the deck. And Giga Draws does not win us the game because they do play Force of Negation. If they had never printed Force of Negation, our deck would actually be, like, unbeatable. Because most decks would not have a way to fight on our axis. Like, at all. Stop making sense. Okay, we're going to fetch up another Hallowed Fountain. Tapped. I'd like to draw Silence so I can cast Silence and then cast a Fairy. I think that'd be sweet. How does Replicate work with Giga Draws? Replicate says you can pay the Replicate cost any number of times, and when you cast Giga Draws, you put that many copies of it on the stack. It's like Storm, kind of. Just way less powerful. Alright, play Misty. Pass the turn. I'm gonna discard this Prairie Stream here. Slam the draw engine as well. How's it shut down by force? So Giga Draws is really good because what it does is it forces your opponent to tap out. And it's irrelevant if they're tapped out or not if they have a force, because we do not have free counter spells on our turn. So I could tap my opponent out and they couldn't play anything, and then on my turn I tap out for a Time Warp, my opponent Force of Negations, then they untap, and then we die. Like, they just have too much value at that point. Before Force of Negation was printed, Giga Draws made the like control matchup for the Time Warp deck basically unlosable. Unless you got mana screwed. It was really difficult for a control deck to actually beat you. So fetch with Misty Rainforest. Make a basic island now. Opponent has to discard due to hand size. Have control 2020. I wish I had drawn one of my 4 forces. That would have been great. There's no way after like 9 turns they don't have counter spells in their hand. I guess we just play Mikokoro and pass. My opponent can alt Ren and 6, though. I'm not sure if that matters. Okay, want to crack Scalding Tarn. His alt gives every single instant and sorcery in their graveyard retrace permanently. It's an emblem. Opponent is down to only 10 life. It's kind of hilarious. They're super scared to play anything against us. Uh, 3 mana Teferi, 3 mana Narset, and a few other things probably should never have been printed. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to cast Time Warp and target myself. My opponent is going to cast some sort of counterspell. I think they have to. This lets us leave up path, and we'll have Force of Negation on their turn if they tap out for a big non-creature spell. They have Mystical Dispute, that's fine. We need to start getting them to cast spells. Veil is another card that shouldn't be printed. Ren and 6 probably should never have been printed. Astrolabe shouldn't have been printed. Like, along with Oko. You know, when Legacy Burn splashes 2 colors it doesn't play to play a 3-mana Planeswalker. Growth Spiral is fine. I'm actually okay with Growth Spiral. The problem with Growth Spiral is Wilderness Reclamation. Wilderness Reclamation should not exist. Alright, we're going to try and Force of Negation this Teferi. I'm going to pitch Cryptic Command. Mystic Sanctuary is also the kind of card they should not have printed, because just recursion on a land is stupid. Field of the Dead is kind of like so-so. It's not the end of the world. It's just too easy to turn on when your opponent or it's too easy to turn on because of all of the freaking ramp, like powerful ramp cards they printed. And when Wizards should not push card types to be powerful when they refuse to give you good answers to those card types. A card like Field of the Dead, totally fine if you're in a format with Wasteland. So Field of the Dead probably shouldn't have been in Standard. Okay, we draw another Force of Negation. So what we're going to do, I think my opponent is holding 2 lands. But if we Force of Negate... Oh, we can't. Never mind. I can't end of turn slam exhaustion. I can cast it to begin with. My opponent might counter this. I'm trying to bait the counter here. Planeswalkers? I actually don't mind Planeswalkers. I think Planeswalkers are a fine part of the game. I like having a recurrent value engine. The problem is when they print Planeswalkers that are way too good that don't cost enough mana. Does everyone remember when they were like, oh, 5 mana Teferi is broken? Like, 5 mana Teferi, totally fine. 3 mana Teferi, not fine. I like 5 mana Teferi as a win condition for control decks in Modern. I think it's fantastic. The fact of the matter is it's completely irrelevant now. Opponent pitches to a Cryptic Command to exile that. The one-sided static effects are stupid. Yeah, these static effects should not be one-sided. They should be two-sided. For that cheap. So my opponent almost certainly has what they need for... I'm going to play Flooded Strand just to play around like a Jwari Isle Disruption or something crazy like that, but we're going to try and slam Teferi. If Teferi doesn't resolve, we lose. Yeah. Okay, they had Mana Leak in hand. Actually, we don't technically lose yet. We can still play this out. So what has to happen here... Yeah, they have too many counters at this point, yes. And our counters don't mean anything because we have them completely shut off with Teferi. It just takes us silence in our own Teferi to win. Okay, opponent plays a land for the Field of the Dead trigger. Crack Flooded Strand, get Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of the deck. Draw Time Warp. Time Warp ourself. I actually don't think Archmage's Charm is that broken. I guess I could have Mystic Sanctuary to play around that, so that was a mistake. So Mystic Sanctuary, put Time Warp back on top of the deck. Play Howling Mine. Pass the turn. So I think my opponent just picked up a land. So they could just Mystical Dispute again. They could just force a negation, so it doesn't matter. Or they can bolt us to death. Okay. That's fine. Okay. I do want the last silence. Probably over Path. No, Path is good because they do have Uro. I'm going to take Serum Visions out. Just one. We need at least one answer to an Uro. Not necessarily. I think the one path is relevant. There's always the chance that we have to path like our own Snapcaster or something too. The game is land Teferi and we're good, yes. That is true. I guess we should probably be playing an Aether Gust. Or like a Brazen Borrower. Brazen Borrower is an answer to an opposing Teferi. Kind of. I'll bring in Brazen Borrower, dropping Path. We'll try it like that. Alright, we'll play first. Versus like any other deck, this would be great. You think keep? Yeah. I think this is a keep. I don't want it to be, but I think this is a keep. Problem is, Howling Mine is really good for our opponent. It actually might be better for our opponent than it is for us, but for us, it's like an integral part to how we win the game. Like, if we draw a white source to Fairy and manage to land it after landing Howling Mine, game's over, but... Yeah, but they also run so many answers, they're going to draw them. Like, that's the problem. Because they have Mana Leaks, they have Force, they have Mystical Dispute, they have their own Teferi, which shuts off our answers to their answers. Alright, start Island, pass the turn. Opponent plays Scalding Tarn. Draw another Mystic Sanctuary. Play Howling Mine. There's the chance that they, like, tap out for something and we can exhaust them and get them for a couple of turns with, like, Exhaust Mystic Sanctuary loop. If they fetch, like, a tap land and cast a cantrip or a bolt or something like that. But it's not super likely. We draw Mikokoro. Okay, I'm going to play Mikokoro. Because we're not doing anything else. I could have cast Exhaustion here. But, like, they would just get their land untapped. Like they are right now. Okay, Growth Spiral. Yeah, they're not going to, no. We have to get, like, a Miracle Temporal Mastery hand. Well, they have to be paranoid to beat us. If they just tap out, they lose. Like, 8 out of 10 times. Okay, they play an Uro. Should have just played another island there. Maybe. They missed a land drop. That means they definitely have counter spells. Okay, Silence is good. We need to draw a white source. Correct to play Field of the Dead and Titan Shift? Yeah, I think you lose a lot if you don't play it. Play an island, fire off Exhaust. Okay, opponent does have Force of Negation. They pitch Omnath. See, like, Force of Negation, like, look how good Force of Negation was there. They were completely tapped out, and we cast a spell that would have destroyed a control deck without it. They play Teferi. They bounce Howling Mine. Okay. We untap. Draw our own Teferi. Play Howling Mine. There's no way it's correct to play another Howling Mine, though. Is it? Could that be possible? Double Howling, then Mystic? Alright. I'm not going to play the Mystic Sanctuary. Because it's possible we still want to loop cards. But if we can draw, like, 2 white sources, and we can cast Silence into our own Teferi, we can actually win. Opponent ticks up Teferi. Plays a Scalding Tarn. They only have 3 forces left, but they also have a million other counter spells, I think up to and including Cryptic Command. Yeah, exactly. Alright. We need to miracle a Temporal Mastery here to force them to have something to have to counter. We need a Miracle Temporal Mastery and draw a white source. Opponent discards Uro. We draw Time Warp. Time Warp, like, sort of fits the bill. We have a Giga Drowse in. Okay, opponent has a Mana Leak. It's fine. Mystic Sanctuary, gonna put it on top. Pass the turn. So what they're gonna do is whatever turn they escape Uro, they're gonna try and leave up a 2-mana counterspell and have access to Force of Negation as well for the ideal scenario. Raced to Teferi and we lost. Yeah, basically. I mean, we kept a hand that doesn't cast Teferi very easily, but like we could still win if we land a Teferi. Draw fetch, play fetch, end of turn discard Temporal Mastery, then get Mystic. That does work, but then we don't have white mana. If I draw a white mana and a fetch, then yes, I think that would be a great play here. Omnath also makes it difficult to actually cast Teferi because his 3 landfall triggers and he just kills all your opponent's planeswalkers, I think, is what that says. There's so much text on this card. So I'm glad that Wizards printed a 4-color legendary. I'm glad it was in a monocolor set. And I actually like Omnath, even the behind-the-scenes Omnath stuff. Like, I like how every time he shows up, he's got another color added to him. I like his lore. I think it's fantastic. What I don't like is that Wizards was like, oh, this is an extremely powerful effect and we want it to see play, so we're going to make it cost only 4 mana. But we're going to play it, we're going to make it playable in a format that has so much rainbow mana fixing that it becomes the de facto card to cast in Standard, which is ridiculous. Okay, we're going to play Flooded Strand. Silence Warp. I want to silence Teferi, though, is the thing. Alright, we'll try it. I do need to find answers, you're right. Get a Prairie Stream. Cast Silence. It resolves. Time Warp ourself. Untap. Mystic Sanctuary. We're going to put Silence on top of our deck. We don't have Cryptic backup because they have Teferi on board. We can't cast it in response. I think we have to just cast Temporal Mastery here. This gives them something to counter. gonna crack Scalding Tarn. If they counter it, Temporal Mastery goes to the grave. And we could Mystic Sanctuary it to the top of our deck, which would be excellent. Also, other things is a card like Omnath should not have an enter the battlefield trigger. There's no reason for this card to draw a card at all. This card was perfectly fine without it. Okay, opponent gets a Steam Vents untapped. Cracks a Scalding Tarn again. I'm actually really, really tired of like super splashy, powerful creatures and stuff like that having effects on Enter the Battlefield that are ridiculous. Like a card like Knight of Autumn is okay because Knight of Autumn is an answer. Like, but drawing a card or Primeval Tightening and ramping a bunch of lands out and crap like that is just not acceptable. Opponent puts Mana Leak on top of their deck. They're going to Growth Spiral to draw Mana Leak. Put a land onto the battlefield. It's Field of the Dead. Okay, we're not paying for Mana Leak because we can't. Does Omnath and Scapeshift kill? I think if my opponent has Scapeshift, I'm dead anyway. Discard a Dictate. It was either that or the reason that they took so long was because they had a bunch of different answers and were deciding which one left them the most outs next time around. Okay, opponent plays a fetch land. Gets in for 6, we go to 9. Okay. We untap. Draw Silence. Giga Drowse. So if I had one more white mana on board, this would be a lot easier. So we silence. We have to play Teferi. If they let us actually cast Silence, that is. They fetch to get a Field of the Dead trigger. Omnath gaining life. Okay. Silence. Textless, so I have to bring up the game log. Counter draw. Okay. Flooded Strand. Crack. We'll get a Plains. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Replicate once. No problem, Tarek. You sleep well. Thank you for showing up. It was good having you. Actually, I'm going to replicate 3 times. Yeah, this doesn't do like anything. Right. So this will be to round 5 then. Longer stream tonight. Yeah, Teferi just dies. It's not like we could mill our opponent out or anything. It's just race to Teferi. Alright, round 5. Let's try and close this out. See if we can go 4-1. I mean, it's like 12% of the meta. I don't think verdicts were. We just needed to land Teferi and we were fine. Because if we land Teferi, our opponent basically can't deal with it unless they're holding 2 bolts. So I should have mulliganed until we got a hand with Teferi in some way to protect him. Alright, round 5. Sounds okay. I think I want to mull for a Howling Mine, though. Yeah, I like this a lot better. Keep this. Gonna put back Prairie Stream. Start Hallowed Fountain tapped. Pass the turn. I think after all of the backlash they've gotten recently, they are starting to recognize that they've got to do something about it. Because people are very vocal about the fact there are so many bans. And like every time a new set comes out, the fact that several formats homogenize to a top deck is not healthy for the game at all. Especially after they made such a big stink about, oh, we've like doubled our staff that does testing and we've hired all these people, and like it's very clear that they're not testing the way the game is played. And the excuses that they've given for like oh well, it turns out that like economics of scale, there's just so many players compared to how many testers we have, and so our testers can't solve a format before the players do. Like, that's true, but any person who played competitive Magic in the last 3 years could tell you that Omnath, Uro, Teferi, Oko, and Field of the Dead all went in the same deck, and that it would be brutally, impossibly strong. So, and the fact that most of those cards had to be banned? That's something. So we need to draw an Exhaustion, or we need to draw a... Like, if we Miracle a Temporal Mastery here, it's fantastic. When it Thought Seizes. Yeah, that's true. It's actually one of the reasons that they don't report deck lists anymore, is because people would then know what the top deck is. Way back when I used to play, and every deck list got reported, like when I was playing Ad Nauseam all the time, like you knew what decks were 5-0ing, because the formats were like relatively solved. Alright, cast Serum Visions. We draw Exhaustion, which is great. Mikokoro to the bottom, Force of Negation to the bottom. We will... Oh, I've got to play Mystic Sanctuary here. Okay. We are not going to use its ability. We are going to exhaust our opponent, though. We don't have a 5th untapped land, and we do need it for Time Warp. I did like that their logic behind like restricting the knowledge about deck lists was like, oh, well, then the pros have a severe advantage over your average player because they're way better with metagame information than like you could ever be. And then they went and made a bunch of the pro events completely irrelevant. So, all right. Hollowed Fountain untapped. Time Warp, target ourself. Extra turn. All right, now that sneeze is out of the way, draw a bunch of lands, and it's a fairy. Play Flooded Strand, crack Flooded Strand, get Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top of the deck. Serum Visions, draw Time Warp. Scry, Polluted Delta to the top, Giga Drowse to the bottom. Time Warp ourself. Take an extra turn. Untap, draw a bunch of cards. Play Polluted Delta, fetch Mystic Sanctuary. Isn't this fun? This is fun, Magic Wizards. Isn't Mystic Sanctuary just the pinnacle of design? Serum Visions, draw Time Warp. Put these two to the bottom. Time Warp. Target ourself. Next turn. Untap. Ooh, we drew a Time Warp. That's even better. Play Teferi. Bounce Scavenging Ooze. Cast Time Warp. Untap. Draw a bunch of cards. Uptick Teferi. So brutal. Taking extra turns and having your opponent not be able to cast spells on your turns is so brutal. Get our last Mystic Sanctuary. Put Time Warp on top. Part the Water Veil. Opponent gives up. Yeah, but their motivating factor is not making a good game. Their motivating factor as a company is to make money. For a long time, they were really, really good about focusing on the health of the game, and it started going downhill a bit. I kind of want Timelies. Verdict is a little bit slow. I don't mind having Path. Giga Drowse is okay. In the long run, yes. But that's not how it works out on paper. No corporate executive is going to believe that because it's not something you can quantify. I agree with you. I think you're correct. But it's not something you can actually describe. It's not a number that's real. You can't say, "Oh yeah, no, if we can go the next 2 years without banning, we can prove we can make this many more dollars." You can't say that. And because you can't say that, the executives don't care. Basically, they say, hey, if we print an overpowered card in the next set, we can prove, based on the last 3 years of printing overpowered cards, if we have a single chase card like Uro and Theros, it turns out the Theros boxes will sell better. And we can prove that mathematically you can get this much more profit. Which is why that sort of thing happens, and not why they make the game more healthy for the long term. Maybe. But also, Magic has real staying power. And for a long time, people are going to continue to play Magic, even if the health of the game is bad. That's true. Also, welcome, Dry Bomber. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Opponent kept a one-lander. Let's get a Hollowed Fountain. They must have kept a hand full of nothing but hand hate and hoped we would play a Howling Mine. Okay, put a Shocks and Overgrown Tomb, plays a Tarmogoyf. That's fine. Play Snow-Covered Plains. Exhaust our opponent. They attack for 4. Draw Timely. So, Mystic Sanctuary, because it enters tapped. We need to draw a land. Timely Reinforcements. Yeah, no kidding. We're going to discard Temporal Mastery, because if we draw another Mystic Sanctuary, that's hilarious. Opponent does not attack. We draw Snapcaster Mage. People stuff has been mostly okay. My life has had some pretty big upheavals. In general, for the better. I gotta discard Snapcaster, I think. I don't want to. Ooh, Croxa, okay. So opponent kept a hand that was like exclusively hyper attrition. Yeah, we're gonna need a... Well, I mean, I guess Cryptic works, but... Bounce Goyf, draw a card. Okay, Island's good. Go to combat. Everybody at Lily. We have to discard Warp, which sucks. But there's nothing we can do about that. But it makes us discard. They discard Bloodbraid. They play a Goyf. We untap. Draw Serum Visions. Part the Water Veil. Force Negation to the bottom. I think to Fairy to the top. Pass the turn. But yeah, me and the pup, I've been doing great. Work's been a bear, but it has been for a long time. Opponent pitches a Kolaghan's Command, which is good for us, I guess. Second Tarmogoyf, that's a problem. They attack us for 6. Okay, we'll take 6. Untap. Yeah, I agree with you. It's really ridiculous. Okay, we draw Mystic Sanctuary. So Mystic Sanctuary, we're going to put... Temporal Mastery doesn't even do anything at this point. We need to put Cryptic on top. Go to combat. Attack Lily with 2 soldiers, because we need to keep 1 back for Teferi if possible. Oh, I totally get you. 2020 has been such a complete shit show for a year. I haven't really mentioned this publicly, and I'm not looking for pity or sympathy because I'm fine. But I broke off my engagement this year, so I'm single again. It's not like... It was for the better. That relationship kind of stopped working, but... It does suck. So we untap, we draw. Yeah. We're gonna uptick to fairy. That's okay. We're gonna bounce a Goyf and draw. Draw land. Okay, now we're gonna let Teferi die. Yeah, I will say it's tough. That's for sure. It's tough. It's tough to make that decision, but yeah. Overall, I think it was better for me and for her. Even, you know, it was kind of surprise, but it kind of was a surprise. But yes, I think overall it was a good thing for both of us. Okay, go to combat. We'll attack with both creatures at Lily. Hopefully they don't have a backup Lily, like, ready to go. Time Warp ourself. Our best draw here would be Dictate of Krufix. Yeah, alright. I'm glad you got out of that situation then, because that sounds like a nightmare. Man, we've only been top decking land. We've only been top decking lands. Yep. Okay. Well, I don't think anything does it at this point. Yeah. Alright. It's just... I respect your lifestyle, Big Monkey. It's not necessarily for me, but I respect it. And horrendous-time.exe. Well, thankfully it was not horrendous-time.exe. We don't have Celestial Purge. I think our opponent just got us empty-handed too quickly. I think we're set up fine. I'm not going to make any adjustments going into the last game. Yeah, still need a Howling Mine, though. This is probably our best bet for an interactive hand. I'm going to put back Mystic Sanctuary. Serum Visions is nice because theoretically we can hide cards on top of our deck for like a turn 1 Thoughtseize. That's awkward. Hollowed Fountain to the bottom. I think Teferi to the bottom as well. Got like a hair in my mouth or something. It's weird. Okay, opponent starts Fetch Shock, probably Thoughtseize. Inquisition, okay, they can take Path. We need to draw some kind of Howling Mine effect. Okay, play Hollowed Fountain tapped. How many times has that happened tonight? Thoughtseize? Like a lot. Inquisition completely misses. Opponent kept a 1-lander for the 2nd time in a row. I would cast Timely, but it does nothing. Play an island, pass the turn. Oh, Serum into Temporal? That's the first time that's happened on turn 1. Opponent does get a redraw with their... with their Nile Spellbomb here. Alright, well the only way this really goes wrong is if my opponent has a Natural State or a Serum Visions. Or a Natural State or a Nature's Claim. Also lets you pack Terminus. Yeah, but I find Terminus to be a little bit inconsistent for my liking. It's not bad. Terminus is not a bad card. I don't like it that much in this version. It looks like we're going to get there because our opponent got stuck on 1 mana, which I guess is good for us, because otherwise the Jund matchup is like a real beating, usually. Oh, that's true. Okay, opponent's up to 10 cards in hand. Yeah, sure, you can take timely reinforcements. Doesn't do anything here. No land? You just drew up to 10 cards in hand and you have no land. Oh my god, opponent, I'm sorry. That's not fair. Like, that's so unlikely. Yeah, okay. Draw, dictate, and force. Down tick to draw another force. Okay, so we're going to flash dictate again. Double force means even if our opponent draws answers or planeswalkers, this game's probably over 100%. Okay, they play a Tarmogoyf on turn 6. Flash dictate. We draw a land or a time warp, it's over. There's a land, there's a time warp. Play snow-covered island. Time warp. Uptick to fairy. Cast Serum Visions. Draw Howling Mind. Force of Negation to the bottom. Mikokoro to the top. I do want to draw land here. Never forget that as the turns deck, dictate makes you the good guy. It's true. Play an island. Tick up to fairy. Cast Temporal. Next turn. Teferi, in addition to being a defense grid that's really powerful, is also 1/3 of a Howling Mine, or 1/4 of a Howling Mine, which is pretty strong. Okay. Pass the turn, we'll discard Force of Negation. Untap, draw a bazillion cards. Okay, play Mystic Sanctuary, put Time Warp on top. Awaken the Sanctuary, and the game is over. We have successfully 4-1'd with turns. Alright, let's open up our treasure chest, see what we got. Treasure chest number 1, 45 play points. That is double the EV, along with a Gaia's Herald from 10th edition. Don't think that's worth anything. Alright, treasure chest number 2. 5 play points. We have a Revival Revenge and a Turn Timber Ranger, so once again, way under EV. Treasure chest number 3, we've got 10 play points. Avatar, Squawkward, Fearless Fledgling, and a Counterflux. Way under EV. Treasure chest number 4, 10 play points and a Blazing Archon. Probably the best card you could possibly play in Momir. And final treasure chest, we have 5 play points, a Glacial Fortress, and a Theater of Horrors. Blazing Archon, I love it too. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. 4.5-hour stream. That's pretty good for me. Normally I have to cut out around 3 because I'm just too tired, but today I had the energy, so. You guys are fantastic. Noxon19, thank you so much for gifting subs, handing out bits. Big thank you to Bone Daddy, 20-month resub. You guys are fantastic. Oz, Dry Bomber, Big Monkey 369. I was glad to have you too. My goodness, there's so many people. Six Sigma, Phoenix, it's good to have you. Old B Sturgeon, thanks for following recently. Same with you, Wataga CJ, much appreciated. And anybody I didn't specifically mention, you're all wonderful human beings, and I really appreciate your support. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye!